Just throw a rock at her. I'm sure you'll knock it.
Wait, our card's up.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's why I'm yelling at you to get down.
Ah, she speaks to herself.
Sorry about that, didn't hear you.
Your voice used to take effect on quite a few many people.
Everyone is.
Way. Need to go
Sure.
to the
Just deliberate that.
Looking at the body, you see that this person is very dead. They are malnourished. You can see that their bones are showing through their skin quite well. And your guess, from the lack of wounds, that they just starved.
Well, besides that, I really don't have much to work on. Besides the grindstone and a few other things, so if you need
Maybe I made a
might have
mistake.
another project here in a few
Didn't
days.
move.
Might I ask
Don't they also want your help?
It may also be fortunes.
I see.
All I'm saying
Is
is
there anybody I should tell about this?
Yes.
Something?
Don't tell Horse. I'm sure he'll have the guards clean it up.
Okay.
Does this relate to that thing we got from Mirandel? I don't know if we did anything with that.
No.
Enhanced? What's that?
We were given a schematic at some point.
For what?
An improved forge, if I remember correctly.
Looking in
remember
front of
that?
you, Goldskicker, and you'll see a villager that obviously has not eaten in a long time. They are emaciated. You're able to see their bone quite well through their paper-thin skin. And you assume that they came to the tavern hoping to find food. Unfortunately, they did not.
But my services are yours today, Mr. Lotto. Whatever you have planned, I can help you with.
The Mithrash guide you into the next life.
And as
Might
we
be able to help with
May far less misfortune.
an upgrade, as in.
Another person who came to the sea looking for opportunity. Only found another dead end.
Possibly.
It won't be the last.
Alteration.
Show me.
Thank
what
you.
you plan
His
out.
family now.
Well, you were given a schematic. I was just going.
Going for your loss.
If we did anything with that.
Give my condolences to them.
Sure, I'm
Back
sure
for the
they'll
church.
enjoy it.
But he allowed
Coming
me to
from a,
look,
yeah.
not keep anything.
Churchman like yourself.
That means we're probably not getting it then.
That's
Bring some
solid.
peace to
I
him.
hope so.
Yeah.
That is
Right.
true. The man who did allow me to idiot is no longer the head scholar, so.
I had to drive the whole damn thing.
See.
You hear the sound of plate behind you down the road. Captain of the guard approaches.
Meantime, I have stone. I can move it into your shop if I need to. I can just drag it.
Found him
Please
like
do,
this.
So I can start working on the grindstone.
Yes, for bugger stop to death.
Another unfortunate soul.
They could find it for you.
Oh no.
Captain, looking at the body, it's very clear. The man is very emaciated, his skin paper thin. Probably hadn't eaten in weeks, hoping to come to the tavern to find it closed in the middle of the night.
No.
You'd either collapse.
No.
The way everyone's saying, oh,
Yes.
Fuck. He's gone.
Yep.
You can see that he's pale.
Shit. I was even in the tavern. Why would you?
We're going to have to tell Dompe again.
Come on.
Why was you?
See a bit of a crowd there.
Up ahead, you see the captain of the guard and what looks like someone being lifted off the ground.
Not my concern. Something going on.
Someone got here a little too late. Tavern was closed. They couldn't get anything to eat.
Perhaps.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. So what's on your agenda, Mr. Logan? What do you need done?
Yep.
Seems to be a large crowd, though.
Someone died.
Ow. From what?
What it looks like. There was skin and bones.
Skin and bone.
Probably didn't have enough to eat.
Starvation. Looks like it's getting really bad.
As the body gets dragged past you, you're both able to see quite clearly. The man's skin is nearly paper thin, lack of muscles. He probably hadn't eaten in weeks.
Here's the cart.
Did you need help with something?
Just bringing him on to the cart.
Fuck. I'll get one of the boys to take it out the dump.
Thank you.
I think we'd really appreciate it if you will carry him. Help us out.
What happened?
If only I know.
Not enough food to go around, Monsieur, sir.
Forgot to ask earlier, Buns, but is there a certain amount of money I am starting with?
You may respawn. Continue with your NPC day.
If you need assistance, let me
Seeing a body outside my tavern, trying to clear the way.
Thank you, Monsieur.
Like everybody else, you start with a silver.
That's all I asked.
Hard copy, thank you.
That's the goal.
Not at all.
On the wooden part, I'm not perching, I'm not gonna jump, I'm not gonna climb things.
So they get mad
Let's
at
get
you
antsy.
for perching on it?
Well, let me kick you.
Probably better tell the... let's go see what this land is like before I go inside. That would probably be...
If a DM could take a couple NPCs and populate the village a little bit, we have a new character heading over there, get the lay of the land.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
I need 4 volunteers, including any regulars that would be in the...
Managed to get back.
A moment.
I just made the case for
got
me
it
as well.
back.
Well, since he's rather busy.
I'm just worried, that's all.
Arn.
Worried?
I don't know where Arn is. We tried to track him down. Yersa, Kyler, and I. He said he would be back in a few days, and when he wasn't back, we went to go search for him. But,
I carried you in. Something of a
Thank you, lad.
The war and all that.
Hold here so we have someone of authority up front.
Of course, sir.
Captain, as it stands currently,
It's better off in your hands.
everything that's within the scribery is being investigated, and when the investigation is concluded,
My thoughts exactly.
he will get his things perhaps by the end of the day.
Why is that?
This is from Osgood.
Marindale, how are you doing?
I've been stabbed in both of my legs, lashed across the back, and I'm missing a finger.
Yeah, I remember that part. What can I help you with on this fine morning?
I need my effects. The rest of them, the ones that were in the script.
Unfortunately, everything within the scriptum is under investigation, and you will not be receiving them back
Bruns, you busy?
at this time.
Where's the lady?
Is there a timetable?
Lady
Can
Hotfoot.
I
It is, well,
perhaps-
yesterday she was wandering around.
What's up?
I got a question about the Iron Wolves.
What's up?
Can they go off duty?
I mean, they're mercenaries. Yes.
To what extent can they bring weaponry with them, or do they have to leave it all behind because it's company property?
I mean, their weapons and arms do belong to Cornwall, and whatever they do off duty will, you know, obviously reflect on the wolves.
So nothing like, so I should leave all my stuff if I want to go off duty?
If something stupid is done, then they won't be a wolf much longer.
Understood.
The episode title is called Hurt. He's done it to himself.
Today.
That's alright, it's okay.
Have
You're
carriages
gonna die.
all across the land.
You're gonna end up just like
They'll
that
have
man.
to stop here and there.
I've been eating the right kind of meat. Give me strength.
If you know where to
That's
find the
the kind that keeps
camps,
me alive.
you know how to catch them.
Yes, sir.
Aye.
Remember that carrot we saw on
Caravan's
the
gonna be
way
one hell of a
to,
blessing.
Marin does not deserve
Easier to
better.
distinguish the two.
I get enjoying a character, because I enjoy Marindel. However, everything that's happening to him, he is completely deserved. He's chosen to side with very shady people that do really shitty things. He has cost his ex-friends a great deal. He did not heed their warnings, no matter how many times they warned him. He did not put their lives and well-being first, and they've taken note of that. And he has sold people out for hopes that he'll attain his goals.
I might go through. That's fine.
Right about the bread.
So, I love the character, but, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. I actually enjoy Marindel as a character.
Our service of protecting the innocent and weak.
How goes everything?
I certainly wish you luck
We've
in
been
that.
collecting. No one's been in any trouble yet.
What was it, orcs and such that
None so far.
raised the
There was one guy though that when I told him that the taxes
We need you at your We need you at your best.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Normal looking.
You're in luck, I need you.
Oh, good. Heading out. Do you want me to just get right out of the iron? I'm gonna go to the iron barracks, or do you want me like for an entirely different role?
I need 4 people to play Iron Wolves. 4 people to play Iron Wolves. Volunteers.
Oh, I'll volunteer.
I need 3 more.
Kelso. Oh, Dirk will be right there.
I'm already at the Iron Wolf HQ as well if you need me.
All of you turn into Iron Wolves and go to the HQ.
Ooh, a lot of iron wolf boys.
Oh, that's bad.
Is Clock here?
I'm already at the HQ.
Do we have the boy with the banner?
The boy's on the map.
Wait, do y'all need more iron wolves or no?
Spectacular.
Where are we going? Where are we going, Kelso?
If you are here, I could
Whatever
use
you wanna do.
a couple paladins to go to the church.
Let's do it.
Where's the paladins?
Okie doke.
Prelate, your meeting will happen shortly. Be at your church.
Paladin.
What tab is Paladin under? Neutral fighter. No, Arolandy soldiers. Arolandy soldiers.
Arolandy.
Do we have enough paladins, Bruns?
If you need the clone on me, you can. Let me swap into
Prelate, you're about to have paladins at the church in a meeting shortly.
Copy.
What? Okay, that's weird. Which one's the HQ again?
Spawn by the Iron Wolves, by the Scribery. Spawn by.
By the Scribery. Yeah, that is the Iron Wolves.
Church is up there.
Okay, that's a weird.
Trying to get the cloth.
Are we headed?
There you go. It popped out.
Don't respawn in.
Are we in here or at the church right now?
Paladins go to church with the prelate.
So, when we're there, I can place it down, and then we won't have any issues.
Yeah, that's fine. I would say, if possible, make that a little thinner.
Make this a bit thinner.
Yeah, more pole-like, so it makes sense in the hand. It was good. All right, see you at the HQ. What was his voice again? Something like this. Yes, I remember it quite well now. Good. Good. Very good. Who the fuck is laughing at? Who is that?
It's me.
I have my eyes on you, woman.
Do what you gotta do.
Shut up, I'm not here.
And just
Hey,
Tang
Sebastian.
and Tang and only Tang. Hello, Tang.
Yes, only
Good
me.
morning.
I just walked through the front door after I saw a very fancy flag.
Do we have a? We're bought us a flag. Very fancy of you. Good job.
It's right outside the front door. It looks very nice.
Is
a
it?
banner. Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize we had the
It
banner
just
up
came
there
in.
yet.
Who was on banner duty today?
Lord on floor.
Frederick.
Lord on floor. Lord on floor.
Let me have a quick look. I'll be right back.
Good morning, wolves. I suppose you know that we have to go to the church today, yes?
Oh,
Yes, sir. Luther did
It's
tell
today,
you.
sir.
Yes.
Yes,
he did.
Oh, the.
Aye, sir.
Good.
Very good, sir.
Excellent.
Couldn't have happened sooner.
Then let us go and meet with this prelate about whatever it is they want to speak about. Good morning, Tang. What are you doing here?
Good morning. I came by to check on the engineer.
Currently, they are still resting, but they should be up towards the afternoon.
That is more than fair. I came by just to get that information and to see what was going on. There's a nice banner outside.
Well, it's standard. We have banners for our different companies. That's nothing new. Forgive me, I do not want to be late speaking to the prelate, but I will be back later in this afternoon. I know that the engineer is actually... I've been trying to tell them that they need to rest, especially now that they are such a large target. I don't know if you've realized, but because of the knowledge that they now possess about you, or at least what has to do with you, it...
They're under severe eyes.
And now that we just heard about a spy of the Empire being... not being caught, but escaping, I don't want to risk the engineer's life. But he will be up in the afternoon, and I will make sure that you get your chance to speak. They've been quite excited. Right, so... if you want to come with us, you may. It is quite all right. I would not mind the security.
If you would not mind it, then I would not mind it either.
Ah, come on,
Added security is definitely
don't
a
make
benefit.
yourself a silver, come on.
Oh, what's that sky?
The sky is just fine.
Aye.
It's a very nice sky.
Right then.
I'm glad you noticed.
To the church? What, am I going to walk by myself?
No, we're here, sir.
I pay you to keep me alive,
If you wanted to take... We didn't know if you wanted to take Betsy or not, sir.
Betsy, no. She needs the rest. She has a hangover from yesterday.
Ah, got into the wine again, did she, sir?
You know, I've told her so many times that she needs to stop drinking, but she just doesn't listen. Betsy is a very progressive animal, if you will. She does as she wishes when she wishes. There are times where I wish she did what I needed her to do when I wished, but I suppose beggars cannot be choosers.
Yes. We want to take the direct route, sir, or the quick route?
We'll stay on the main streets. It's safer that way.
Understood, sir.
Going through any side streets is a risk of getting mugged.
Oh, I don't wish to be mugged.
That's why he pays us.
Oh, you won't with us, here, sir.
We'll discuss anything to Brunswick at a later date.
A few days ago, I saw a couple
Here's the wooden ones you need it for. I'd like to see some hobbits try and shake us.
I
do like my kneecaps.
Yes, I've grown to rather fond of her company, so I may seek it out later, you know.
Aye, like we spoke of before. Be careful with that.
Francis, you might want to step aside.
My lord.
Hello! Greetings, morning, good day to you all.
Morning.
Hello. Now, what could they possibly want? The more I think about it,
Who knows with the church?
The church,
What coin?
Well, let's be
Maybe
honest
they
with
want their
it.
tithe? I don't know.
Let's be honest. The church has their own disposition, and they're not exactly fond of mercenaries nor a mercenary company, so I don't know exactly what they plan. But I'm sure we will find out soon.
Strange times.
The times are very strange, indeed.
If nothing else, the walk has been quite pleasant.
Oh, yes. It's not often that we get to just walk the streets without something terrible or clandestine happening, be it a crossbow bolt, an angry competitor, or an imperial. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, I mean, after that one game got, pretty much scrubbed out, it's gone quiet.
Lord, get a company trumpeter?
No, I wish we did.
Guess we need one.
I think there's a lad that knows how to do that. Who's getting one?
I'm rather fond of the flute.
Company flutist, then.
Something like that, I suppose. Yes.
Pipe boy, then.
A fifer.
If I had lungs, I would offer to learn.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Or maybe pick up a string instrument, Kang. That doesn't need no lungs.
It'd be like a company,
Ooh, I'm not looking forward to this one bit. Right, so, please do make sure to be on your best behavior. the church does not really take
Of course, sir.
kindly to mercenaries, let alone mistakes. Yeah, I think that's the best way I can put that.
Boy, there's no
You pay us
mistakes
to
with
be
the
on our
Iron
best
Wolves.
behavior, sir.
You know what I mean. Coin only fixes so much. Come on.
Is this the rule?
Ah,
Good morning.
prelate.
About to get the door for you.
It is good to see you all this morning. Thank you very much for the invitation.
I'm certainly
Hope
pleased
the
that you
morning
are here,
finds
my
you
lord.
well.
You are Abbot Martino, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Martino Abbot Angela, a pleasure to meet you.
What about your work here inside of the capital? Recently coming from, what was that swampy town to the far east?
Mosley.
Mosley, yes. I heard you were dealing with a, I don't want to call it a pandemic, but a sickness that was there. I heard you dealt with
A
it well.
spreading illness, yes. Yes, the treatment and the medicine I made while I was there was enough to abate the fever slowly.
As a connoisseur of alcohols myself, I am quite impressed the way that you go about solving your problems. No doubt it actually works, and quite well.
Yes, they have proven effective throughout the time I've used them. Not too long ago as well, there was a man who was injured in Adwick, was able to administer some brew that helps with wounds. Riker, the stonemason.
Yes, I have heard about Riker as well. He is currently fixing the forge in Adwick. The Iron Wolves have seen fit to pay for the construction, so I'm well acquainted with the boy.
So that's who's funding the project.
Yes.
It's not
I've
something
seen some.
we speak about out in the open. We do not want credit, but yes, the estate has put money into it.
Certainly something that is needed within the city, given the unfortunate circumstances behind its destruction.
I would say, no matter where you stand on the totem pole of wealth, that the status of Ireland and the way that the war is going should be everybody's problem. But unfortunately, it would seem there are still too many that are stuck up between the stones, so to speak, that are not affected by the famine and the people and the war itself for them to take notice. That's one of the positives of owning a mercenary company, as I know what's going on the war front, and it's not pretty.
Yes, I had heard rumors that many of your mercenaries are in Oakenbrook.
It's not really a secret anymore, I suppose. No, yes. All of the men that are in Oakenbrook currently are my Iron Wolves. I am loath to report that the entirety of the original garrison, or any of the soldiers that were paid by the state that were there, have all perished. The latest report coming out of Oakenbrook this morning, heard by some refugees, no less. Have you ever been to Oakenbrook, Prelate?
Once or twice, but it's been several years since I was there.
Well, the layout is still the same. It is on a river, and you have the eastern side of the town on the east side of the river, and the western side of the town on the western side of the river, with a drawbridge in between. The news that came forward today was that the Imperials unfortunately have pushed the Wolves back in a definitive attack and have taken their side of the river. Oakenbrook is half lost currently.
That's certainly a problem.
On top of that, that is where my siege equipment was. Catapults. I'd managed to just get them on the walls and were attacking their siege encampments when they launched a surprise attack with beasts that scaled the walls, skipping the ladders in their entirety. I do not know much more than that.
Was there a description of these beasts?
Well, they are, from what I understand, the same things that have appeared in the east before around Ledford. They are referred to as servants of Ash. I'm sure you've heard of them by now.
Yes.
Hmm.
Not just heard. I have been shown a decapitated head, one of these beasts.
Hmm.
From what I do know of them, it seems they were once elves.
Once elves? Ah. They didn't sound or look like elves in Ledford, so that would be quite a surprise to myself. But enough about my ramblings. You had insinuated there was something that you needed to speak to me about.
Indeed. How much are you aware of this situation currently at Barleyroll?
Far more than I would like to be. I've received reports almost daily. Unfortunately, I've had to pull out almost the entirety of my wolves. After that blunder on the east by Lord Godfrey and the esteemed King Gavis, I lost a majority of my companies covering the Aralandi retreat. So, I cannot spread as thin as I used to, regardless of the payments. Barleyrow is currently held by, if I remember correctly, Yao Min She and her personal retinues. Otherwise, it is entirely undefended.
Yes, what is left of them.
Yes, myself and my paladins were there fairly recently until we gathered word of what had been happening here in Erdwick. I'm sure you're familiar with what the previous guard captain Dario had been up to.
Ah, yes, the butcher. Unfortunately, I was made quite privy. I had heard some time later that there was food being brought together in that district by a group called the Brass Skulls. I didn't know too much about them, but I did know that despite their colourful actions and some of the acts they committed, as horrendous as they were, it was still around 300 to 400 people who had maces and knew how to use them. I tried pleading with the courts to put out an incentive program to allow them to join the military and be absolved of their crimes. Now, naturally, usually that wouldn't be a good idea, because once a criminal, some people are always a criminal. But that would be hypocritical of me to go by.
Circumstances.
Yes.
Certainly a decent idea, my lord.
Well, I was laughed at like I was a fool, and unfortunately this never came to fruition, so bygones are bygones, they are dead. There is not much to be done of it. But yes, I heard of the butcher's actions.
I can certainly tell you the situation in Ballyroll is more dire than anyone anticipates here in Erdwick.
Oh?
Many of those farmsteads have already been burnt. And there are not dozens of orcs that we would initially later believe, but several hundred. Many, if not all of them, have been pushed out of the Vidaria forest. They are somewhat organized as well. I caught a glimpse of the one leading them, this orc warlord by name of Arkoth. It seems one of the local surgeons is some history with this orc.
Really?
A man by
History
name
with
of
an
Soma.
orc? Are they friends?
From what Soma has claimed to me, this orc led a raiding party on his village.
Ah.
And Soma personally took the eye of this orc war boss, but it did not come without cost. My understanding is his village was burnt down and many people he knew were slaughtered.
So he has a vendetta, I'm sure, against this orc chief.
More or less. He's the one who told me of this orc chief.
I'm assuming the reason for you bringing this up is that these orcs at Barleyrow are not going to be leaderless, are they?
Not at all.
Well, I will ask the pressing question, Prelate. Why are you discussing this with me, of all people? Certainly you should be speaking to the commander, I would assume.
You have access to resources that I do not, to be truthful. And in truth, I do not believe Commander Osgood has the soldiers to spare. Especially once the guards started killing each other.
Well, this might have been true a year ago, but after this horrendous mistake on the border, they've been cut down to less than half. Sure, there are thousands of wolves, but they're all holding the front lines. Those that are not are either in my personal retinue, which is less than 50, by the way. I've been generous to the causes of my nation. The rest are either leased out to lords who need bodyguards because they've sent their troops to the front, or to the merchants to keep our merchant ways safe. And on top of this, I have to pay for most of the state's actions. I don't know what it is you are seeking from me, Prelate. I would like to help, truly, but unless there is a way that I have not thought
What I
of.
am seeking, my lord, I am seeking wagons to transport goods, food, perhaps even people from Valley Road should we have to evacuate the farmsteads. I am more than willing personally to go to Barley Roll with my paladin to deal with the orcs. But what we need is a way out for the people there, should things take a turn for the worse.
Well, in order for me to give you wagons, I would have to get my hands on them first. Are you aware of a caravan that will be departing from Gradia soon?
I am. My understanding is a venture funded by Order to Dorst.
Well, the venture is funded by the capital, which is directed by the auditor, which is funded by individuals such as myself. There are other things coming with that convoy that I'm sure the people being sent with it are unaware of, something that should not be spoken of, matter of state security. I'm sure you understand that. Even so,
Of course, my lord.
if this wagons, could make it back in one place and one piece to the capital, you would have what you needed. At least 3 or 4. Large wagons as well. You'd be able to mobilize and grab all the supplies that you can. Unfortunately, the people will have to be on foot, but more people at the capital, Prelate, will not help those who are starving here. As much as it pains me to say it, I truly believe that we would have to put an emphasis on the supply.
I understand, my lord.
Do not mistake my words for a callous man. I've no wish to see people who are innocent be slaughtered, least of all by beasts that are orcs, but I do not see another way, Prelate. We just do not have the manpower, nor do we have the security and backing of the state. Their eyes are east. They're dealing with the war. And now that Lord Godfrey and his men have gone back west, we are terribly short on manpower.
What if, pray tell, my lord, you would be willing to finance freelancers? Not so much your Iron Wolves, but those who have worked with your mercenaries before. I am aware of some within the city who have experience dealing with orcs.
Am I able to level with you, Prelate, in a way that is maybe a little less... how should I put it?
Of course.
Less kindly and more matter-of-fact to the point. We are in the middle of a war. Not just any war, we are against the Theosian Empire, who has better arms, armor, equipment, and a much larger army than we do. In order to survive, to sustain, one must be able to finance a defense. So far, my coffers have been steadily running lower and lower and lower, backing the throne with its ostentatious decision-making. And while I would not mind paying civilians for their defense contracting, to put it very neutrally, if they have no idea what they are doing, if they are not able to actually do something, it would be a waste of coin. There's no point in me paying silver to farmers, giving them pitchforks, and telling them to go repel the Empire. That is the gist of what I'm saying.
I quite understand, my lord. Then allow me, if I may, to make inquiries with those within the city. Find out those who have experience dealing with orcs, those who have been part of other mercenary companies, and see if they are willing to participate.
I was approached by a brewmaster and what was the other one? The owner of the tavern, of all people, came to me asking about trying
Christos and Jack.
Yes, those two had come forward to try and organize something for Bollyroll itself. I am not against it, but again, funding it is the problem. I don't know if you're aware, Prelate, but my coffers are the ones that pay in the entirety of the Royal Guard. A lot of my money disappears as soon as it arrives. That being said,
I was not aware of that.
It is not exactly something that I advertise. But I need you to understand I'm not trying to snake away from what it is you are saying. The duress that my coffers are under, well, there is hardly a net positive. With all the contracts the wolves have, I am merely prolonging the inevitable, is the best way that I can put it.
I understand, my lord.
However, you are onto something. Obviously, the nobility is very stubborn. They will not act until everything is upon us, and by then it is entirely too late. I do know this. Lion Hall is still in our control. The castle has not fallen. The east is not fully conquered.
I've heard
I'm
this
sure.
as well.
But what you may not have heard is that recently an army arrived at Ambershire. No, I assumed not.
Whose army, pray tell?
Lord Godfrey's son. Around 800
Young Lord
men.
Vanden.
He arrived, 700 men. Now, if you recall, the armies had left the capital, calling shame to the king's name, calling him a traitor and such. Lord Godfrey, in all his wisdom, made a show of it and marched west. But his son marched south and looped back up around the north of the capital, and is now staged at Ambershire. If we could repel the invaders from Oakenbrook, I have a feeling. At the same time, as soon as we have directed the Empire's eyes to the Oakenbrook, I believe the young son of Godfrey may make a push for Lion Hall, and they will not be ready. Of course, and if anybody in this room says anything about it or gossips about it, they are going to die and fail. So do not tell your best friend, and do not confide in anyone else. The reason why I tell you this, however, is if we could find a way to secure Bollyroll, Many of the people that are there could be guarded by my wolves. I would be able to pull back from Oakenbrook, allow whatever militia forces that we bring in from either the west or one of the houses, God's help us, maybe one of them would be willing to assist. I could make sure that the production lines are protected, both Lullin, if we get it back from the Empire, and Barleyrow. But we would need at least one of the western houses to take over the front line. My mercenaries just cannot. I am spread too thin.
A thought does occur, my lord. Are you familiar with Lady Loretta Hartford?
Yes, she's quite a looker. She came with me a few weeks ago, I think, back into the Kingswood. Wanted to, did she say? Inspect the death circle, or whatever it was back then that had everyone spooked.
Ah, yes.
Hmm.
Yes, she sought you out at my suggestion. For whatever reason, both her and the former head scribe had the impression that I was able to get them into the King's Wood. I am not her lord.
Well, some of us are cursed with that title. It does me no good, trust me. All it means is I pay more and get yelled at more by the court. But still, if you have any ideas on how to free Barleyrow, I would be willing to listen. Because once Barleyrow is free, I would be able to take over protecting it, which would take the strain off of the remaining military. But I do not have the manpower to hold the front line, not anymore. Oakenbrook must be saved for Barleyrow to be resolved.
There are two western houses who may be amenable to helping. House Hartford, that is, if Lady Loretta is able to somehow convince her father to release some of the troop that they have. And there is also Lord Mildenhall.
Lord
I've
Mildenhall.
recently learned that
That poor
a
boy.
dear old friend of his resides within the city.
Yes.
And has his ear rather closely.
As forthright as that sounds, I cannot help but lament for the young Lord Mildenhall. I would not even call his house a house anymore. He is by himself, his father murdered, most likely by Swale. Right that he is. Even so, his own bannermen do not even respect him. I would say he was more a prisoner in his own house than anything else.
Well then, allow me, if I may, my lord, to investigate the matter. And should any fruit arise from the western houses, I'll be sure to inform you personally.
By all means. I only wish to see the conflict come to an end in Aralin's favor. So if you have anything that you are able to share, please. And if I hear anything that I
Brunswick,
think
I
would
just
serve
wanted
you
to
well,
know if it would be
so
okay
be
to
it.
sell the cloth that is ruined on my carriage to Soma.
Another thing that I may be able to do. I have recently been granted authority over the paladins here in Adwick.
You don't want me to do that? Okay.
Additionally, a power granted to the bishop. As I'm sure you're aware, Bishop Brunner was brutally slaughtered by Imperials.
I had heard. I am sorry. He was a good man. Bishop Brunner, even though he did not drink, he would still come and visit me from time to time. Mostly to ask for alms for the poor, but I enjoyed his presence nonetheless. He was a good man with his heart in the right place. You have my condolences.
He was also much better at negotiating the political standpoint to the lords than I. I must confess I'm rather new to dealing with lords personally.
Always assume they're liars and snakes, and want to see you dead if you disagree with them. Follow those guidelines and you'll be fine.
Oh, be assured, my lord, I haven't lived as long as I have by trusting people with ease.
Fair enough. Very smart. Usually it takes people many mistakes to realize who they can and cannot trust, and even then...
It
Well...
may be possible for me to send a small contingent of paladins to Oakenbrook to reinforce your Iron Wolves. I want to see an end to this war as much as anyone else.
I have said this at the court several times, and I will say it to you as well. The only way that what is happening at Oakenbrook will end is if Oakenbrook is taken and we push past Oakenbrook. If we just settle for taking Oakenbrook and stay there, we will continue to be lost in our war of attrition. Think of it this way. Let us assume of a world that is in our favor, where, if you picture a map, we move forward, we take Oakenbrook. We move north, move forward, and we take Ambershire, right? Then we push past it to Lionhall and to Dunstead. Now the Empire and their invasion forces are in Badaria, and they are stuck within Badaria. They are surrounded. It won't matter how little our numbers are if we can attack them from all sides and keep up a guerrilla war. It is entirely possible. But if we do it too slowly, the Empire has far more men than we could ever muster. It still blows my mind how many people in court think that this is the entirety of their army here. I've told them that this is merely the vanguard. I have seen the Empire when I used to visit both Leodor and Gewin and Astigan in terms of making profit. Their legions are almost immeasurable. They are either biding their time, or they are busy elsewhere. I do not know. But regardless, if we do not move with speed, all will be lost. That I know.
I understand completely, then. I will reach out to the Western Houses, sit down with Lady Hartford, see if anything can be gleaned from House Hartford. Let's see if something can be done to assist Lord Wildenhall. If they are amenable, I'm sure they will send their armies east to help relieve your Iron Wolves.
Well, I do wish you luck with that endeavor. Politics has never been something that I enjoy, which is ironic considering my station. Then again, I've never been liked much by the Aralandi lordships.
I've become a recent face to politics here in Ireland, and I am very quickly developing a dislike for it.
You and me both, Prelate. There is not enough alcohol in the world for me to settle my nerves much these days. I much prefer calm seas and wind in the sail. But we are where we are, and the Empire must be halted where they stand. Is there anything else that you would like to talk to me about before I depart?
No, that is all, my lord. I thank you for your time.
It is my pleasure, Prelate. It does not escape me how much work both the Church and the Order of the Blue Flame do for us. Mithrax guide you, and thank you for your kindness to these people who need it so poorly and so much.
May Mithrax illuminate your path, my lord, and keep you safe.
Hopefully he does, because half the time I am lost. So, I wish you all a good day. Paladins, acolytes, Kolskegger, I believe, yes?
Correct, sir.
Ah.
Kolskegger is a recent addition to the Order. Kolskegger was recently anointed as an acolyte into our Order.
Ha! I've
Certainly earns his position.
I've seen more and more of your acolytes returning to Adwick. I assume a call was put out to pull them from different corners of Ireland.
I sent a missive to Fairhollow some days ago, and it seems it has only just started to bear fruit.
Well, word will travel slowly, especially in a country at war, but I suppose we will find out. Either way, I must return to work. I'm dreadfully sorry to cut this short. And plus, I'm starting to sober up, and that just does not sit well with me. So, prelate?
I wouldn't know, my lord. I haven't got one for drink.
Don't. It fools your senses. Take care.
I may be feeling all too well.
I'm sure you
May
do.
Mithrax be with you.
And you as well. Though I'm sure you'll get a pass. I know the healing that you do. Mithrax guide you.
Sir?
And, that one Triton woman was in there just a few minutes ago. And at the very back, I saw her turned around. I don't know if she was there.
Was she there the entire time?
No clue, no clue, my lord.
She came through the door through part of the conversation, and I took her outside and let her know. She should not be blabbing about anything that was overheard.
I would hope not, Mr. Tan. I will not reiterate more than I already have. If it does, these people will die. We will lose the war.
I am well aware of that. And I reinforced it to her as well.
I know you are. You are a smart one. I wish I knew what you were made of so I could tink it into their helmets. Fools that they are. I'm kidding. Come on. Let us go back. There is much work to be done. Greetings. Hello, hello. Cheers. There's much thing to be had. I wonder. I'm sure this will be frowned upon by the courts as well, but surely they must see that nothing being done is worse, I would assume.
When did they do anything but around, my lord?
Well, as much as I would like to blame everything that's wrong on the crown like everyone else does, I know that is not the case. Understand that King Aelus, when he unified Ireland, when I met him, he was much younger. He overcame many obstacles to create what it is that he has today. He was a good man, and I believe that if his son is anything like him, that perhaps, just maybe, everything will turn out all right, and Ireland will continue to stand.
Silver dogs.
Just some old coot.
Some days I curse my decisions to come here. Let's make our way quickly.
They'd probably already be eating crow.
You know, I have had a thought. The people here are miserable to a degree. They have not had much to be happy about. They've not had much to celebrate. What if we threw a festival?
Dare say they'd like it.
Well, it isn't so much
Think they'd say
liking
no.
things as it is morale. The way that I think about it.
Certainly raise morale.
These people have nothing to celebrate, nothing to be happy of. They are forgetting that life can be free and well, When people forget what life is worth, they are less likely to fight for it. Let's give them a taste of what life should be like. I think I can pull some strings with some old friends to the west.
A festival or the festival idea, the question would become, what would it be the topic?
What would be the what?
What would they be celebrating?
Why, my good man.
The object of festivity.
Celebrating that they are alive. And so many are not. Well, I appreciate you providing security. A silver for your trouble, Mr. Tang. Thank you very much. Do make sure you stay out of trouble. There are still Imperials here, and it'd be terrible for you to get yourself... well... don't get captured in the night. I rather like you.
I don't intend on it.
Though I would pay money to see them try and drag you away, kicking and screaming. I doubt that they could.
I'd probably be them more kicking and screaming than him, Lord Gilmore.
Well, if you ever find me in pieces, you have permission to put some of my armor in these guys' helmets.
If I was ever to find you in pieces, Mr. Tang, I would do my best to put you back together.
Yeah, you're one of us,
Yes,
Tang.
my lord.
Yeah, you're one of us. We look out for our owner.
Return to your duties, wolves.
Yes, my lord.
Aye, sir.
Is the sky orange for everyone? Is that just me?
I just had to reload the map because mine was orange for a little bit.
I don't see that effect, but it's very foggy for me.
Yeah, same
it's
for me
very
as well.
foggy.
Why is there fog?
Yeah, it started to happen.
I don't know.
So
was that something
if you have
with
admin
the-
speed, you can jump over the fog and it goes away. It's weird.
I wonder
Yeah,
if
that's
fog was
why
put on
when
the
we
map.
left the...
Shouldn't have been.
That's why when I said when we came out of the Iron Wolf building, did something happen? Because the sky looked like it was like, overcast from a fire.
I didn't see that.
That's why I was like, did something happen?
All right.
And then I-
All right. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. So, moving on.
Yep.
I need...
Who needs what now?
Actually, no. Actually, I do. Okay. So, the thing, without me saying it and spoiling it to my stream, those adventurers, I need about 4 of you to be them.
Okay.
I need to go do Skorgrim stuff.
Go ahead, go. Let's go. If you're staying here, go switch into the bandit avatars.
The Iron Wolf banner, is that tagged to a model? And if so, do you want me to sit in the...
It's this one. Iron Wolf Bannerman under neutral fighters. But don't use it unless you have to, because it is a war one, because you have a cloth on it.
Oh, so Brun, so that's your tracking. Aldo has promised to build a house in the poor quarters once the caravan returns.
What happened?
Aldo has promised to build a house in the poor quarters after the caravan returns, because there were some angry peasants in the poor quarters, and he made a promise that he was going to build a house.
Sure. We'll change the stipulation that it will be a large communal house.
That was already planned.
Perfect. So I will have one of the shitty buildings or 2 of the shitty ones replaced with a much nicer looking one, if he does that.
They're going to build it over the place where the pit was, because they just deconstructed.
Perfect. Good stuff. Now, the adventure bit with the thing is going to happen. Where did everybody go?
Understood.
They all disappeared. They went. Ooh.
Kelsey, you want to assist with this?
Frame bug, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to restart VRChat.
Let me call a couple boys.
Boys.
We have a female adventure model as well, if you want.
I need 2 volunteers for a module. 2 volunteers. Has to do with the adventurers coming to town. Church, come to NPC spawn. One more. Solace, come to NPC spawn.
Fish, you are needed at the well. On my way.
I'd love to go on a good adventure.
All right. So,
Adventuring?
so listen up.
Yes.
Okay. Clock, you're the one that the item is on. Okay. All right. Without me saying anything or spoiling my stream. So, if you don't know what we're doing, look at episode planning real fast. It has to do with the adventurers coming to town after dealing with bandits and orcs on the road. This happened.
I don't have access to episode planning.
Take him into the other room and brief him.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
Whatever works.
Long story short,
now.
you guys were on roads south, the south roads by Deercliff. So if you left the capital, went to Deercliff, and kept going, it was on that stretch of road. Long story short, you had killed some bandits and orcs, and you saw a large battlefield that looked like Imperials were there and some shit, and you guys looted some corpses and sold it, and that's how you make your money. You're gonna be... There's gonna be an item of interest that will be spotted by somebody, and so on and so forth, and will go the way it goes. You guys aren't bad people. You're just making ends meet. You got some simple, rusty weapons, and you have helped Erlandi armies. You have killed orcs, you have killed Imperials. You're all like fucking militia level, so you've only done it supporting actual forces. What you guys mostly do is loot battlefields and sell it to move from place to place and stay alive.
Yeah, understood.
So if you get confronted about this item, you'll be very defensive, like this is yours, you fucking took it from corpses. Slip up what you say. Say you took it from a corpse or you took it from next to a corpse. Just make it very shifty. Alright? So you guys will be very defensive. You're here to get drinks. You're going to buy supplies at the marketplace or ask around for the butcher who's not here. Just, you know, make your presence known. Then go to the tavern, get some drinks. And as this resolves itself, whether for good or for ill, you guys will eventually leave. You'll be indignant about losing the item. Okay.
Got it. Yep.
Alright, so Clock is the leader. You guys can have whatever names that you want. These are probably going to be one-offs, so you don't have to work too hard with them. You're from all over Ireland. You're natives. You're just poor people trying to make shit work. So, adventurers, come over here. You will be coming from the direction of Deercliff. So just make your way.
Right.
As soon as you get in there, you're good to go.
Do you want to move to a channel, Bruns?
Yeah, go over there and tell them to move the channel I'm in, please.
Sure. You are currently in the main NPC. Would you like me to move?
I just moved to NPC 3.
Okay, understood.
Godfrey song.
It's like it's been completely untouched. Fucking weird.
That
The
is
handle was
weird.
fucking poorly made. Looks like it was. Yeah.
Maybe they smacked
Why
it
would
up
you
against
have
the
There's still haze
yes.
everywhere.
Well,
I can get that.
nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, not really, sadly.
The sun is high and the humidity is thick. It's a long time since the last rainfall in Ireland, and this summer is a hot one. Your feet are weary, and the bottoms of them hurt after walking so far from Deercliff towards the capital. But you've heard there are good goods to be had, good drink, good meal, and a place to pass off some unneeded wares. This is as good a place as any.
How you all feeling, huh? Tired as fuck.
Yeah, well, coming from all
Feet
the
are
way from
sore.
Deercliff is a long fucking ways.
I told you we should have rested last night, and now you want to leave early. You want to leave bright and early.
God, we have the best water texture. That's not supposed to look that way.
Somewhere near the,
I will have to bring that up.
to what's on the north of Ireland, Hayloft.
The Irelandy sun is hot. Beats down on your shoulders as you continue to work in the fields. Dribble of sweat goes down your temple as you look around, wishing for a light breeze. Feels as humid as it ever has been. Cannot help but wish for rain a day soon. When did Nicholas get a horse? Assuming Zach.
Hello?
I'm one with the log. It's fine. It's fine. I'm one with the log. It's okay.
Oh, no. She does not push for help. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna be strong, but thank you. But I'm gonna be strong. I don't need you to help me
sir.
because I'm gonna be really strong one day.
With a natural
Aye.
20, the distraction of your work keeps you unaware. You're able to keep moving without the discomfort setting in, but the back of your head tells you that this is one of the hottest days that you have ever experienced in Ireland yet. Once in a while, your hand naturally grips the haft of your axe, and even the wood is burning with heat from sitting in the sun. The humidity is terrible, but thankfully you are resilient today, particularly so. It will not bother you too much.
good pair of leather and steel gloves.
sword and
gloves going.
That's why I say you have few who are using bows, correct?
No, actually, to
think they're all using bows.
save our feet, we need steel boots.
And I guess if
We're just
mine
waiting
is
for
also
all of
going, then that's another one.
That's
I'm
true.
sorry.
Listen,
Oh,
I
please.
can
Stop talking to
Well,
that.
then.
I can fantasize about all of the equipment I need to do my
Well,
job.
I'll stop bothering you then. I'll return with
Alright,
Rascal.
get this man.
Maybe discuss the terms then.
These were 3 women right now.
Excuse me, Miss Miller.
I know you.
Jeez, my heart. No.
Hi, Jenny.
So shame.
Do you know how amazing Monsieur says she works hard? She's making a barrel for alcohol, even though it probably should be a
And see it, chat. Ah. Watch this. I'll catch her unaware. Watch. I got it.
With you later.
We did it. We did it. Liv. I wasn't denied anymore.
Side of the city now.
Thank you, honey. I give you smooches too if you were here.
It's an armor. Trebuchet round went right through the ceiling. Thankfully, I wasn't in at the time.
Oh,
So,
You may be in luck. Get out, find any forgery work.
Now that the scriber is closed, we finally have our scriber.
I've got a wonderful. Ooh, what's this? Shiny.
You're going to want Raylan to be around.
unfortunately, you can't hire me on the
Oh, I will. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I'll bring her out right now. I just had to throw pie in his face. Yes.
I'll do not. Certainly.
Spends too much time with that fucking scribe. Where the fuck is that going? Where is that going? Where's he running to? Alright, CrossFit, no worries.
Oh. She's a little harder than the last. She's a little harder than the last two obey orders, but she might learn.
Alright. Here, let me get the helmet. Ready?
What? I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask what's going on. I
Possibly some people off the road.
Approaching the gate, you see a bunch of people, mostly in rags. They look like average civilians, but they have rusty weapons and whatnot.
The garrison underneath you could take.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Lads. Hello. Good morning. This is Hardwick.
A way to get in?
Alright, this is the city of Hardwick. There is an entry fee of 15 copy on entry, but that allows you to come
15.
in and out of the city for the day.
That's the wrong people.
I heard something happen, but I wasn't sure if it was true.
I don't need any pity.
It's not pity. Stupid.
Well, that's long. If you wish to talk about it, of course, I've got questions, but I imagine that, well, there'll be a new head scholar eventually, and someone else for us to serve. Of course, with the scribery closed, it's not like there's anything for us to do today, so I was just wandering about, but it's well, Dorst was always one for leaving a mark. Hopefully you can still write, I imagine, pursue your passions in your own time. Tell me, Thessalor, I know we're standing in the open, and I'm sure you've made the declaration to Dorst himself, but...
Perhaps.
Were you a spy, Thessalor? Was it real? Did you...
For now.
No. Ackerman, I'm not a spy.
I know it seems pedantic, Thessalor, but I just wanted to hear you say it.
If I was a spy, I wouldn't be here right now.
At least believe that everything we did in there wasn't
Your hair's always...
You know, if we really wanted to.
I gotcha.
I'll leave you two to it.
No worries. Where would you like to speak?
The day is hot, and it is very humid. Perhaps somewhere with drinks.
Okay, I can follow you there.
Runs, they are in the tavern, and Renews there if you'd like to be in that part.
Perhaps the tavern is a good place to speak. I'm sure, yeah, excellent.
Oh god, are we really gonna make some money off of our
Either I need some. We talking water.
We just came in, drank some water, and we're down 25 copper each. Imagine.
There you go. Water for Odin?
You lads,
I mean,
get your water.
You should get a table upstairs, boys.
I'm going upstairs.
Hold on.
Get off the fucking
I want to get my
payment
out of here. He's got like 3 coin patches on the counter, trying to figure out which one.
How are you gonna drink that on empty cup?
How are you gonna drink an empty cup?
We filled it up, yeah. Listen, just give me money. Just pour water into it, okay?
I thought you put water in it already, sorry.
I literally just took it from underneath the tree.
And then he and Belle. I tell her to talk to you because she is confused. And then she closes down the garage. Faye, that was the only place that I had.
2 tables upstairs. Look, could you get me an ale as well?
I'll get the ale.
15. I'll get him over for boys. I'll pay up there as well.
I'll grab the table, don't mind me.
Alright, well, I already paid mine, so don't worry about me.
Well, whoever hasn't paid yet, the drink's on me.
They'll see one thing.
Well, I wish I was a little slower.
Things happened really, really fast. I
Bring it
know.
up for me, will you?
What be the lads?
A small shine out of the corner of your eye. Barely imperceptible. Only seen because it reflected off of the copper light. The light of a shine of the fire. Off of a copper ring that you recognize. The man with no hood.
It seems like they've just gone into town.
They would show the process of how they would use the water there. Make sure it's...
I saw something. There was a shine.
Welcome to the lake and drink right
Hey, you! Bartender!
I'm in drinking awful.
Send one of your boys to have an ale for me.
There's already an ale right up on the table. Never mind, he did that. He got sick the next day. And he was puking everything.
Yeah, they brought you one
Hold
over
on,
here.
I just want to get a closer look. I'm not sure. It's probably nothing. I just.
15 copper.
They showed him the process of like, this is what you're supposed to do. And so now he was able to drink
Yeah, you
clean
want
water.
that?
without
Yeah.
having to
Of course.
puke his guts out. What in the fuck?
Are you alright, Leyland?
Hi, boss. I think
Turn around,
boss.
Know your own handiwork.
I'm not listening. Yeah. It's a blue one, alright.
Hey, my problem.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Yes, I have a wallet.
Hang on
where
now.
did you get that ring?
None of you have ever seen anything like her before. What the fuck is she?
I don't want it to be around other people, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no worries. Here.
Okay.
I found it.
And what in the
Found it where?
Sake of chance you think.
You know, as you
boss, make
do,
sure she don't
but-
get you with
Was it
nothing.
Battlefield?
Yeah,
you know, she might.
The battlefield where? Where exactly? What town? What city? Did you find it off of a body?
Looked like a fish.
Yeah, I found it near a body.
Hold on, blue woman. Hold on.
Calm down.
Calm down a bit. You okay?
Are you a fish?
Something wrong?
Yeah, I mean, when I go to Fair Hollow, she looked like a fish.
Fuck. No, that ring just belongs to her.
She might have worms in her.
Friend of mine.
The green hooded one upstairs and water.
Look. We just came from Deercliff. Some
There's
Southern road.
talk going on upstairs,
Yeah,
and you
you
might
know,
need a bit
there's,
of help,
some
maybe.
fights.
You came from
Imperials.
Douglas.
Wolves.
Hurry it up, Ren.
Where did you get it from exactly?
Fast.
Look,
Make sure to keep them
found
coming.
it on a body.
Just
near the
oversee
road.
what's going on.
Was he wearing anything of note? Blue tunic, armor?
You're fine,
Was
you're
there
fine.
a
Whoever
man
they were,
with
they were
green
stripped of
tunic and
whatever
armor
they were
next to him,
wearing and too
perhaps, or
rotted to
anything?
tell.
Look. We weren't the first ones there. We couldn't tell anything about him.
Yeah, it was a fucking mess.
Was it him?
Yeah, I mean, it was
Tell me
aerials
about
everywhere. Dead on the ground.
You said Deercliff, right?
Hey.
Deercliff is where you found it?
The South Road past Deercliff.
There was, Hey, boys, what was that road we took?
I think
It's
it's right
south of Deercliff.
A little bit more south of Deercliff, right?
That's where we,
That's it.
Some
A
couple
road south of
bodies,
Deercliff.
some Imperials, some others.
Which way was the road? Was it the
There was a very scary man chasing me.
And the road was heading west.
Oh.
He wanted to hurt me.
Remember?
He got something really stupid.
believe
I don't know
west?
if I out of that part.
Like towards Gravity around there? Yeah.
Going in that
Yeah.
direction.
Where we saw all the some Arlandis and
Echoes,
Imperials
green
dead on the
eyes.
ground.
Are you talking about Kay?
Why is
Not
this,
worth much.
Yeah.
The Koya.
It belonged to.
A lot of them rocked him though.
I feel like I should know.
Like spiky hair.
Someone I loved.
Oh yeah, looks like a hedgehog. That one. Yeah, that one.
Well, it's
Yes.
mine now.
Yeah.
Bandits
He's harmless.
Yeah, I know. I want to kick his ass, but at the same time, like Miss Yosa said not to fight.
He's
Roger that.
bearing back now.
Ooh! Ooh!
What is going on?
Hang on.
I made that ring.
I think you need to calm down.
I know my own
Missy.
handiwork. That is mine,
Raven,
not yours.
whose ring? Whose ring is it? Raven, whose ring is it? Wait,
It's ours.
Doesn't have her name on it. What's it?
How much for the ring? How much?
name on it or something.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
You're
I
not
think I'll
selling
keep
it.
What's up with the commotion?
Okay. Hand up.
Raylan?
Hold on, Raylan.
That's Martin's ring.
Maybe there can be some sort of negotiations here. What's going on?
Understand.
What's that?
Less aggressive approach.
Why don't we calm down yet?
The sound of metal as swords are drawn from scabbards.
It's not yours either.
Not really
This
yours.
is mine, actually.
It was
How
on
about
the
I
five
made it
silver?
with my own
belongs
two
to the
hands.
corpse.
How about
And
for
we
5
found
silver?
it, so it belongs to him.
5 silver is
It was made
pretty
of a copper.
hefty. You know what? Yeah, they can have
How
the
about
fucking
5 silver
ring.
for it?
Take the 5 silver.
Listen, friend, you probably don't give a shit much about the ring. Just
Please,
take the silver.
it
5 silver's
belonged
more
to
than
somebody
enough.
it belonged to somebody she really cared about. Wouldn't 5 silver be enough?
Nice,
Please.
man.
Everything's alright.
Show the coin.
It just seems wide.
Don't pay that much. It isn't.
She puts 5 silver right there in front of me.
Shouldn't have to fucking pay for it.
5 silver.
Okay, here's 5 there.
What are you thinking, boys?
Well,
pretty
the house.
ring.
Sounds like a drink's gonna be free tonight.
You know what? Okay, I think it pays for all of our entries, right?
You didn't have to do that, no.
Pays for all of our entries and the drink.
Let's head outside.
It's already been attended to.
It's important. We need to get somewhere. Come on. Let's go.
Shit.
What? Look at that!
Look at that! You find a grain on a corpse and you get 5 silver for it.
Who was it? Who was it?
This is the best outcome you could have possibly had in your minds. 5 silver? You guys are fucking set for a hot minute.
And we still got more to sell.
Tish, take over if you would. Just keep an eye on them.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
You guys can leave at your own volition when you wish.
Melted again for like some copper. This is trash.
25 copper outside.
If something I was going to talk to you about. Is there somebody quiet we can go? Please.
I don't know anywhere in the city anymore. We could go to Arn's house, perhaps?
Yes, let's go to Arn's.
Do you remember that you did just have weapons drawn at you, so you might want to be careful.
5 silver's nothing, don't worry about it.
I made it out of a copper, you shouldn't have had to pay that much. I'll get that silver back for you.
Faye's such a good bean.
I don't know what that means. I think that's witchcraft, and I'm going to run now.
Witchcraft. I have to test something. I'll be back later.
Yes.
I think I last saw her run back towards.
Looking towards the scribery, you'll see that there are 2 soldiers outside of it, and that the front has been very much so boarded up.
Just a note for you. The ambient system's broken right now, so I'm fixing it right now.
Okay. There was
I might have to rejoin the world.
I don't know if you know, but there's like a weird like fog or something all of a sudden.
So that's what I'm talking about. So you went somewhere and then you kind of it broke, and so hopefully I'm gonna check right now to see if I fixed it, and if I didn't, I have to delete this whole thing of code and then re-upload it again. But I'll let you know.
Thank you, Gamby.
I'm mistress here for a second, then step on in as well. I'll be right there, Captain.
Alright.
The Skull would not be happy about all these people using his house.
Remember when Edel said at that one time she remembers or was able to relive his memories? What he's been through?
Yes.
What he's seen?
Do you think she can
She's
still do
gonna-
that?
We're going to try. This might help us. You find that ring and we find those people and knowing his direct location. She's able to feel further her reach on with the force and everything. I know it hurt what happened to her, what happened to you in the Grove, but it has helped in helping her reach out, to reach farther, to see farther, to hear things farther. This might actually help her find Arn and where he's at, or what's happened to him. And now that we have that ring and we have that news, I don't know if maybe holding the ring, maybe it will help her get in tune to where he is. I don't know how it works, but it's worth a try. Any chance is better than nothing. I mean, y'all have already gone out and searched for them and came back. And didn't his other knight go out, Sir Gregor? Has he come back?
I don't know.
Okay. But are you willing to try, at least?
She abandoned me.
Okay, I'm
She
going to try and
ripped the only good thing in my life left away. So yes, if she can get another good thing back, then I want her to pay me back.
Listen, okay. What happened to her?
There's a possibility that she can bring Arn back.
Yes.
Then we do it.
Of course, that's what we want to try. She still cares for you, Raylene. She still cares for Arn. But she has to separate a certain part of herself from everything that she has encountered up to this point. Because if she doesn't, Raylan, something more wiser, more older than us both of the wood, she will die. And Arlen, the rest of it will burn the forest. I can't... All I can tell you is please trust me. She didn't do it out of ill intent towards you, trust me.
Then tell me,
Right?
Faye, why did she do it?
Because of her emotion. She
I saw
felt
you
first...
talking to Blaze.
Yes.
And then he was gone. And you are crying. She
'Cause
was
I had to
asking what happened. I told her to talk to you.
I did, and I told her what had happened.
What happened?
I did what was asked of me.
What was asked
Blaze, yes. Here's the thing. Older, maybe even older than, maybe older than Mother herself, but there's a story, if you listen to me, there's a story of the first era, Etla, the first Dryad. They created these guardians, these giant, magnificent trees that were like her vanguards, like they were the ones that helped her in her task of creating the world like it is, with the forest, the luscious of green. Okay. She disappeared in the first era. And lo and behold, when me and Mother were living in Ledford, we finally was able to wake one of these guardians out of their slumber, and come to find out recently, he is the last. He is the only one left in existence. And he is far older and far wiser than what I am and what my mother is currently.
So what, do you think this guardian is going to kill her?
No. The guardian told me why they were away in El Rey. That there was a task that needed to be done to push her in the direction she needed to go. I was tasked at pushing Blaze away from her side. Basically,
So
I
it
was
was
told,
you.
yes, it was me. I was told to rip the one thing that she loved and held dear away.
Hey, Bronze, I fixed it.
So I
with the
told Blaze
re-upload.
the truth. I told Blaze everything. You know me. I don't lie.
Thank you.
I told him everything. And what my task was.
No wonder she
The
was
only
so
real
drunk.
issue will be full dark at night. Won't
That
we?
makes
They'll
sense
rejoin the
now.
world.
Everything she was saying, everything she...
How do you think I feel telling my mother that I had to rip the one thing that she loved dearly in this world? Of course she felt betrayed by me at first. But recently the Guardian has spoken to her again.
What?
As well, he spoke to me again in the grove, reassuring me that our purpose, that what I did was the right choice to make, even though it hurt. Because, listen, the one thing that rang through my mind was he's right. She is a guardian spirit, but she was acting more like a human. And I know that might sound like one of these people that hate elves or hate, wood elves hate high elves, as you know. Or the Bjornians hating the dwarves because of disputes of old. I don't want to sound like that. But the Dryads have always been surrounded by wood elves and maidens and druids who could guide their hand and give them the strength that they need to do the things that need to be done. If you notice, when Iandel saved Arn's life, you know what the cost of that was? The silver hair on my head. Right. Do you think I hate Arn for that? No. I would give my whole entire life to see that you, him, and my other friends survive. But it comes at a great cost. Her power comes at a great cost. And what she needs right now is she needs maidens, she needs wood elves, she needs druids, she needs her tribe that she has been so far away from because she's been gallivanting around. Her emotions have been pulling her this way and that way when she needs to be in the center, the heart of the wood. It's not to say that she can't be your ally or your friend when it calls for it. But the first...
Be with her.
Not truly, no. Not currently. But it doesn't mean that she does not care about you. But yes, what she did to the Grove needed to happen.
Bruns, they just told me that Raylan pulled a spear on him. Take her in and question
that
him.
is very sacred to the Dryad. That is
you can question them. No real reason to take them in because no violence was spurred and nobody came and got you.
Okay,
but
gotcha.
We do want you
Just
to
question everybody involved, including Raylan.
And that's what... that's what she is doing, Raylan. She is trying to create a safe place for all races, not just for Ireland, but for Tritons as well. Because, think about it, everything in nature...
It is sticky.
The land, the trees...
The dry blood
the fish.
Smeared on your hand.
Life is everything. And that's why I'm saying she might have this chance to reach out and maybe feel Arn for once. Again. Because in its intent, when we all die, where do we go? Back to the earth, back to the ground, back to the plants, back to nature, back to everything. And if I can help her get to that point, the Guardian said if we can get to that point where she is whole again, where she has her tribe, then she might be able to do wondrous things. To where Arn and people that we love don't have to risk so much. That they will actually have proper aid and not just at the moment to be able to save just one life. She might be able to save many. But I don't want you to hate me or her. We love you, Raylan. We truly do. And unfortunately, I had to do what I had to do. And just like you felt you had to do when Arn didn't return, you went to him. I would not tell you to move mountains to go find him. But
it's just
if that... Okay.
Okay.
But we need to speak with Iandel and find out, because I don't know if maybe her holding the ring when she sleeps, maybe it'll help find the last location he was at.
Just a couple days, 3 at best. We'll send you a message so you know. As soon as I am done, I will come back. As fast as I can.
But please, Raylan, please, sweetheart, please. Just stir in your heart and be prepared for whatever Ian might tell you afterwards when she has her visions, okay?
Oh yeah, real quick,
good or
sorry
for
again.
bad,
Jenkins
we
asked if he
need
could use a
to know.
sword.
We need to find
I was
out
gonna
what's
keep Rin the
happened.
captain for the final say.
Or at least
He's borrowing
his
pistols.
last location to where y'all can go find him. Because who knows? He could be hurt and need us.
Then let's go.
No, they're under investigation.
No time to waste. If he's not dead, we are on a time limit. Let's find the intel.
While she's in the city, we have to keep our distance, okay? Alright,
She's
because
in the
nobody
city?
knows what she looks like. Yes, but she's in disguise.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean? How is she?
She's wearing something inconspicuous. But
So
trust
we
me,
have to wait
she's-
for her to.
We'll go looking around. I will go find her. Where do you want me to meet you at?
I don't know. You just tell me where.
Just walk with me. I won't say if I know it's her, but just walk with me, okay?
Okay. You lead the way then.
Okay. Try and keep you in the shade as much as I can. I know the sun's very hot today.
I spent a majority of my life thinking I would never love again. And of course, if anyone would change my mind, it would be you. I will make you a deal, my love. When I return, I will come back with some nice material, and we shall forge each other's rings together.
Do we need to stop right then? Are you okay?
Fine. Just continue moving. Totally fine.
I know I have my duty. Things I gave my word for, an oath. But I am loath to leave your side.
I should have kept you from
Madam Prelate. Have you seen a mutual friend? Has she dropped off the phone?
She has. My understanding was she was roaming around the city.
Okay, then I will go look for her. Thank you very much.
Shouldn't be
And
too
also,
difficult to find.
I'll also look for your monk friend, Martino. I got some herbs for him that will be of use.
I'll be sure to let you know.
The ring is more sticky in your hand. The sweat and heat has made the blood liquid again. The heat of the sun collects in the copper, and it is warm to the touch.
Come right in. We'll keep looking for her. She's around the city somewhere. I'm sorry I haven't pulled you.
For clarification, chat, when you hear things like this, it's one's own imagination.
Raylan, do you mind answering the quick question?
Question about what?
Oh, nothing. I was just told that you pointed your spear at a group of men for... They said it was a ring of some sort. Is this true?
They had something of mine, and they wouldn't give it back.
It was very important to her. I paid them 5 silver for it. It belonged to somebody very close to her. Obviously, they had possibly died on the road and they took it off the body.
The adventurers are departing out.
So she recognized it, and I didn't want it to break out into a fight.
Spectacular, thank you.
Because if she was, you gotta understand, she was emotional. It was someone very dear to her.
I can understand how you can be there, just...
Baby girl gets it.
Nothing of no harm was done, but...
I'm only repeating words he's already said to her, chat. I don't know how closely you pay attention to the emotional scenes, but I'm only saying phrases she has heard Arn say before.
No worries. He's something very special to her.
Right. If that doesn't...
Let's continue.
Guards.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I don't mind. Well, when land dwellers give each other these rings, it means quite a bit.
What was all the items that you requested?
Now that you know, if you were sure, I would happily accept.
Here's the bottle of Moon Shisha. I got 3 of them. I was able to find.
Oh, my thanks.
You're very welcome.
How much do I owe you for this?
2 Moon Shisha, 2 of them. 2 of them.
You know, I never get tired of looking at you.
Usually it runs 1 silver per 1 Moon Shisha, but I don't feel right charging the church that much money. It's whatever you feel like you want to give, if anything, or...
Either way, I don't believe I could properly compensate you for this. I don't have all that much on me.
Well, are you able to bottle any of that brew that you might make from it?
Of course, of course.
I would take you with me, my love.
Her key with me.
But Kyler, he is hurt.
Get a bottle from Jack's brewery.
And if the Empire comes looking for me here,
Oh, sure. I
you need someone who can find.
It doesn't have to be today.
Someone who cares.
Do payment as that.
And I do not trust anyone else.
I don't know how much he makes out of it, so you'll be fine. I'd like to try some.
I am sorry in your debt. My thanks, Miss Faye.
No worries.
With respect to the church. She alright?
And if...
I'm fine.
She'll be fine. If you need that hornwood, let me know. Mother said I could give you a piece of hornwood if you need hornwood. Still.
Yes, I do actually still need it, but I already cannot repay you enough for this. Okay?
Take it.
I am in your debt. Truly, if you ever need help.
The debt will be paid with the life you save with it and whatnot.
You are very generous.
If If you choose to stay on land, I will always be at your side.
Father Martino, have a good, splendid day.
May the blue flame guide you, Miss Faye.
Keep that down. Promise.
I have your back.
And I yours.
I could make get some food farming, so that'll probably help my end.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's ironic to see Mirandel just fucking sitting on the street. I feel bad for him, and I love Bringus, but that just it gave me a giggle.
Time where I was talking to you about brass skull business and I shut you out one time.
Have you seen the Captain Universe?
Not for a while. He might be in the barracks, but...
Let me harass the fuck out of Cade next time for being so indecisive.
Good stuff.
Please.
Get out there. The streets are
Wait
empty.
for guard.
That was
That's what I've heard as well. It's odd.
Which is why
There's
I feel,
not
if anything,
from
that they
the
might
VRChat.
honestly speak more than I feel like.
Close will dry up quick since everybody is wanting coffee.
Is Giga here? Get your bits. Get your
I
bits.
saw him come through momentarily. I don't know where he went.
Get your bits.
I just need. I can go with one guard. It's probably fine.
No,
Surely no one will mess with
two
Octagon.
guards.
Hee hee.
Two
I will go
guards.
with him. That's fine.
Ah, thank you,
Who wants to
Shinpo.
be an Iron Wolf?
So, you ready?
It's time.
Oh my God! This man, you have to live. You have to live.
It's time to.
I'm gonna die. You know that, right?
I'm gonna monitor this. Never mind. I'm gonna wait.
It's your boy, Colonel Heinemann.
Heinemann, I'm waiting for you.
Friends, I'll monitor the situation to make sure, just see what happens with this.
I want to change back to
Let
Rock
Giga
so
know I
make
also
sure
want
I
him
can
on deck.
Do something for him, but now I can't.
Yes, sir.
Oh God. There we go. He wasn't standing up.
Stupid
to go around.
Holland.
Nope.
Go!
Here we go. We're going noble.
Giga is now on deck. We're ready to go whenever you are.
Excellent.
Isn't Byron Gamble?
Gross.
Byron Gamble?
Oh, we fixed the eyebrows. They exist now.
It's awful.
This model actually has eyebrows.
I don't want you to have eyebrows.
What the fuck? Why didn't you have eyebrows? What the fuck?
There was a mistake with the mesh transfer. Apparently, the eyebrows were a separate object, and we didn't know.
Show me your fucking eyebrows, bitch.
Okay. Time for me to go die.
Why is he cute? What
What?
the fuck? What?
Hello there, Colonel.
Greetings.
Good evening.
Well, good afternoon, I think. How are you?
Oh, well, it is. I am in the process of a situation I have to attend to.
Oh, well, don't let me stop you. Go on. Good luck. I hope it works out.
Thank you.
That went fine. Later on, we're going to do more for...
Excuse me, soldier. Would you happen to know where your captain is?
I just finished morning training with the privates, and I only just got here. I do not know where his whereabouts are right now.
Oh. If you do happen to come across him, please let him know that Colonel Heidemann is looking for him. I had a couple of things I wanted to ask.
I will.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Ah!
Good day, Colonel.
Good day, Colonel. How are you?
I'm doing better. How are you?
Escaping the musty interiors of the castle suits me better.
15 years.
You have a terrible wound in your chest. Are you quite all right?
Very mean party joke. You understand the type of people you meet on the road.
Well, it seems to be healing, at least. I'm surprised. I saw your archery the other day. I'd figure anyone who tried to arch back at you would have met with an untimely end.
Well, they didn't come from the front, that's for sure.
Well, you are
Some
alive
people
and
have no
well,
honor.
and that's all that matters. Though I would prefer someone would try from the front, I understand that completely. Do not let me keep you. I hope you have a good day.
You as well, Colonel. Walk freely and proudly.
Greetings, Aralandi.
Greetings.
What wares do you sell?
Well, I have these fine hand-carved owls. Small, but, you know, makes a perfect gift for your family and friends. Maybe even your loved ones.
Hand-carved owls. Do you make them yourself?
Yes, on my spare time.
I see. May I see one?
Of course. There you are.
This particular hour is relatively well made, and it seems to be at least passion work, if anything, but nothing that rivals the craftsman that you know of.
It is very nicely made. Do you spend time watching owls? Have you ever seen one?
I like to walk around at the night and see if I can't spot them.
Well, this is marvelously done, truly. I would like to purchase one.
Sure, I'm only selling them for 10 copper.
10 copper it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. My granddaughter would surely love such a thing. She is a fan of woodwork, and this owl would look perfect in her room. I appreciate it. What was your name?
Jana.
I see. A pleasure to meet you. Well, thank you. I shall bear this trinket in mind.
Of course. I hope your daughter loves it.
Why don't you beat it out of our town, you criminal?
Oh, granddaughter, I'm sorry.
It is quite all right. Thank you.
Yeah, you. Beat it.
Oh, good day, miss.
Good day to you.
An acolyte of the
I
Blue
noticed-
Flame, nonetheless. I did not know that they had you wandering about the streets during the day.
They do at times. I found myself the type to not be one who closes myself up in the church every single day, day in and day out. If anything, I like to travel more to spread the word of bivouacs.
I can understand what that is like. Being stuck in the castle all day can leave a bad taste in one's mouth. Though, being out and about does let one's mind wander away from, well, the horrors of the war that we are both involved in currently.
I imagine so. That said, from what I've been told, normally you have a bit of an accompaniment with you. So you too are walking around in unusual conditions.
Well, most of the time, yes. I would have a retinue, but now our two factions are already at war, it's hard to engage any sort of diplomacy. So if a man is walking around with 6 knights in full plate with maces drawn, that's hardly a way to get conversation going, I would think.
A fair point. To that degree, sometimes even the faithful find themselves a bit intimidated to speak when they are being stared down by numerous paladins. So I can understand the sentiment all too well.
Would you like to fish?
Well, fair enough. Though I would say, unfortunately, there is much contention to be had. One does not get to walk and enjoy the outdoors or to be away from the horrors of the border, if you will. Forgive me, my name is Colonel Heidemann, and yours?
I am Acolyte Lund. A pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you as well, Acolyte. I spoke to your prelate in depth yesterday. I have never heard much
So
of
she
the
had
religion.
informed me.
I had never heard much of the religion itself, so I was intrigued. I remarked to her that I
I
was...
imagine that there's a bit of different beliefs from the East. Every region seems to have its own take on spirituality and religion as it is.
I understand.
Perhaps as much. No, I was
Although
quite
I imagine
surprised.
that there might have been more to that matter, given where you come from, as there's many places that have fallen under the Empire's banner.
Well,
in countries, I imagine dwarves as well, and even those are the elves that used to live in the East.
I cannot speak for the actions of the elector counts, as I am not one, but I have not ever quite been exposed to much outside of the Empire's borders. So when I first heard about Mithrax and its orders, I was very intrigued. In fact, I would admit I do not know much about any religion outside of Sotar.
That's so. I would honestly say the same, although with my own perspective, so to say.
Well, one would assume that different peoples from different parts of the world would have their own icons, as expected. And while I do not know much of them, I know that they have their own icons. And I do know that they are far more tolerable than is ever preached outside of the Empire. I've been surprised hearing... How do I put this? There are some things that are misrepresented within the Empire. Well, these things are prevalent when you leave it.
Now. It is best to turn the other cheek lest we continue fighting when there is no need to, while there is currently the ability to remain civil as it is.
It is alright. Their upsetment is justified.
It is unfortunate. He is an envoy. He's here on a mission of peace.
We can
There's no
continue
benefit
to
to
speak
causing
elsewhere if you wish.
Whatever negotiations going on.
It'd probably be best as to
What, you gonna
make
hurt
it a
me? I
bit
live here. Not like that.
easier to speak without
So, is it
fire
worth
drawn
riling
your way.
yourself up
I
over
imagine you're
someone who
all
doesn't
too
even
used to
live here?
this by this point.
What, he wants to
Well,
kill me?
acting as a diplomat can make things
If he wanted to, he probably already would.
difficult to a degree.
He's a diplomat.
When one
He's not here
tries to
kill you.
represent a
You're
faction that is at war with another,
war.
you are put in the impossible position where you have to speak for everyone's actions that stands behind you. They sent me here to seek peace with your dignitaries, to come to some sort of peaceful ending to this terrible bloodbath. But they do not give me much to work with.
I imagine that they are stubborn in that manner, especially given that it is a matter of perceived freedoms. And I also would imagine that you are not at much liberty to speak at the nature of these negotiations, but it seems that it is troubling you that it is not having much fruit. Any particular reason why?
Well, there's no reason for me to hide it. I'm not a soldier per se. Yes, I serve in the military. I have always served the Emperor well. But I have always been a supply officer or a strategist. To be honest, the only reason why they put me on this diplomacy business is, I suppose, I am one of the less liked officers. I do not fully share the indoctrinated mindsets that some of my peers do. I have no wish to see anyone burn.
I've heard this from a number of people who have made conversation with you, and I will admit I was surprised to hear that, as I've heard many, and I'm sure that you are consider this unfortunate as well, grisly tales of some of the things that have happened to those who are not of the Empire's ideal image.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Acolyte. The Emperor is rather draconian with the way he does things. He is very less likely to be understanding or tolerable. Now, they say that there is a reason for this, and so on and so forth. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't truly know. But I do not see the reason of burning those that you do not associate with. Even if you hated your neighbor, there's no reason to drag your neighbor out of his house and set him aflame. But you have to understand, these are far above my station. I don't make choices like that. The elector counts and the Emperor points and says,
with such things.
Get this done, and then it is my fault to get it done.
Well, my heart weeps for the burden upon your shoulders. I imagine that it is one that is difficult to bear, especially one of your unique mindset compared to the majority of your fellows.
I assure you, my so-called mindset is not really appreciated by my fellows, but it remains the same.
And yet they sent you here, even if it seems to be a bit of the who pulled the shortest straw. Of hay.
The shortest straw indeed. I am not upset over their choice, but I do know that they probably do not care if anything that I come up with bears fruition. It is a shame, but I do hope for something.
Would you say that they have no desire for peace then, or are they just allowing you to say words with no intent of following through on them for good or worse?
You will forgive me, Acolytes. As I'm sure you understand, I cannot speak of why or what the negotiations are. Are they looking for peace? Yes, they are. What the circumstances are, that I cannot discuss.
You certainly seem to be, even if you do not show it, it seems like you are, at the very least, disappointed in the way that these proceedings have gone.
I am disappointed by politics in general, Acolyte. I am not really one who enjoys the mincing of words. If I had my choice, I would be sitting by a river with my shoes off, a fishing pole in hand, with my family. But that is not a choice afforded to me, as I serve the Emperor.
But it is the right
I can understand to an extent. My position leaves me little time to spend with those I care about as well. But I also tend to travel to those who are displaced and needing a bit of stability to themselves, and that's why I find myself often not staying within the walls of Adwick for too long. Many people end up displaced from this current state of affairs, and they have to have someone to turn to. So I imagine the same had happened to those who had met the Empire in the East already. I'm sure you can understand.
The war in the East was at the beginning of my tenure. I handled supply and supply routes. None of the invasion or the strategic deployments, but who got how much food, where and why. So I do not know much about what happened in the East. But either way, the point is, I would prefer if things could come to an amicable end so everyone could go home. As childish as this sounds.
I would honestly be inclined to agree. I've never been one to enjoy the realities of war. They are... It's all it does is displace people, destroy lives, and in the end, someone has to be left to pick up the pieces.
Oh, believe me, I know, I understand it, truly. I had never been to Adwick before this. Not once. Living so close to Ireland and its borders, would you be surprised if I told you I never set foot in it once before the war? Even when there was open
Perhaps
trade.
a bit. It has its charms, so I'd imagine that it's a bit surprising that if the offer was extended that one does not take advantage of it to at least see life outside of where they are used to. Granted, I am a bit of a hypocrite to say that, seeing as I spent most of my time before traveling as an acolyte in Fairhollow. I'm only here because the prelate requested me to come back to help those who have been most impacted by the current state of affairs.
And while I am human, I have also suffered similar.
Well,
to put it lightly,
the monastery to the east was burned.
The state of affairs for anyone is painful. I have seen over the course of the last half a year so many displaced peoples and families and children. Human, elf, dwarf. I cannot help but think of my own granddaughter. It makes me homesick. And the idea of having a hand in this war, regardless of the reasoning or whoever is behind it. It is not the best feeling. I suppose that's the best way I can put it. Though, my service is
be beholden to one whose beliefs differ from your own is a difficult weight to bear. You don't fully agree with their methods, but you're still one who has to execute them. And members of the church have that sort of
schism every now and then. After all, that's part of why they seem to be at disagreements of who should lead them, as they all have their own idea of what leading is.
Oh, I'm sure. Everyone thinks when the deed is done of all the ways they could have done things better, but the pressures of making the correct decision when you have barely anything to work with and all the responsibility is on your shoulders makes it entirely different. And when you're forced to make a decision that could either save a majority of a human populace at the expense of the non-human populace, or continue a war where all will suffer, it is hard sometimes, as there is no right answer. It comes down to your own morality and what it is you're willing to be hated for, I suppose.
Hunted by the Empire all the same. Same with us.
I've certainly seen those kinds of choices thrust upon people. The ones who have the greatest burden of it all is the one who has to decide if they're the one who wants to be the one who sacrifices on behalf of the others when they may not even thank you for it in the end.
Those who give up the most usually are never sung. The history is not kind to them, Acolyte. I'm sure as a member of the church you know this very well.
Unfortunately so. There's, especially when it comes to those who do not exactly have faith in their hearts, the things that are done on their behalf often go unspoken of, even though they benefit from it as much as anyone who looks up to the Blue Flame or Mithrax.
I was not very aware of Mithrax until I came to your capital. I had spoken to a few people. I will say that if we were to judge by military might, Erlin should have fallen long ago. But the tenacity of the people here has been proven time and time again. One must wonder what it is when there is a baseline of behavior, or a baseline of action. Who is in the right and who is in the wrong? I would argue that Erland has survived because of the diversity of its forces. Stout dwarves.
They certainly
elves with
found a way of making allies out of the widest array of people. I've seen many things on my travels, and the number of people who say that they stand with Ireland has always, to some extent, surprised me at times. Just to see how many wish to see that this place continues to prosper. Even those you would imagine would almost have no reason to otherwise.
Giga, I need a perception check, 15 or above. He's looking at the ground around Indel's feet.
Oh, rolling. Natural 1.
I'm not sure if you were aware, but if you go through the church door...
Deep in thought, I imagine. I didn't think the statement would be as surprising as it was.
Not so much that. The sun, it's very hot on the plate. Makes my mind wander a bit. My age catches up with me, you see.
Can't say I don't know the feeling, walking around covered head to toe, but it's just personally my own desire of going about. Easier to focus on what it is that I go about to do, which is to spread the goodwill of Mithrax without so much distraction of myself. A bit different from everyone else, but their own way of showing piety is their own unique form of expression.
What is your rank, Acolyte?
I work directly under the prelate, the one who is currently at least acting leader.
Why? Merely curious. I've seen a couple of the acolytes, including that I think he was a mill worker at some point. It would seem that your uniform is quite different.
At least you have a chance.
It is simply what was available to me at the time. That and, well, I've actually had a personal, despite the irony of the colors of Mithrax often being those of ivory white, that when one travels as much as I, that it keeps one
the sun,
from
I
being
assume.
a bright beacon. Easier to travel the roads, especially the way that they are currently.
I would assume as much. Probably traveling as a lone priest or priestess would throw you into danger, I would assume. It is a war-torn country after all.
As I am no fighter by any means, everything I do is by word and action, not by violence, something I'm sure that you can certainly...
Second perception check. She says she's not a fighter. The way that she stands, would the colonel notice anything? 15 or higher?
Natural one again. No. Hot day today, I guess. Play's throwing you off.
I'm sorry, the heat is just ruining me at the moment. No, I would understand that a priest that could not defend themselves would be at great danger, not to mention a priestess. Times of war can be worse. So it is probably smart that you do what you do. And of course, I applaud your courage as such. For what it's worth.
Let me try my die next, Giga.
As strange as the
I rolled a
circumstances
10.
may be,
It's not rigged, I swear.
Where the
For a third
statement
one.
is coming from, it is received in with the good intent behind it that I imagine it had.
All I have...
How much longer do you think you will see yourself within the walls of Adwick? I imagine that sooner or later your, well, mission or purpose here will come to an end.
More than likely, we will be departing tonight, unless something very absurd happens with the negotiations. I'm sure this city will be happy to see us
Absurd?
go.
Something absurd, you say?
Well, it seems the
What would be
negotiations are coming to a close. So something absurd would be to open up an entirely new issue that would keep people debating for the next several days, I guess.
Or would you even imagine to be something such that would change the outcome so drastically? If things are already coming to a close.
I could not tell you. Though I'm not the one to make these sorts of decisions, I only come here with the word that I am given from the elected counts and Theosia itself, and then diplomacy is what I do. Unfortunately, there are more important men, such as the one currently holding the front line. Probably the name means nothing to you. Elected Count Ducloff. He has been dealing with the majority of the invasion to begin with. It's men like that who create the principles, and men like I who have to pass them along. It is not the best job in the world.
Would it actually surprise you to say that there are some travels, especially those closer to the front line, who have since been displaced into Adwick, have actually made mentions of such an individual? Some of the soldiers like to apparently speak openly of his name in front of those that they're attacking, and their
Hey, Giga, I think you should
words
take another
spreads
roll
quickly.
here.
Really?
She's asking some really pointed questions about
you
military
could.
affairs. And mentioning stuff that's kind of
Okay.
odd for
There are some that have come
Rolling
from
to see if
Ambershire, for that
suspicious.
matter, who
5.
have shall I say, made mention of his
It's too hot today.
advances upon them. They've been sieging that place for several days, probably weeks at this point.
Mhm.
And yet there are some who still try to make their way out of there to find what relative solace they can within the walls of Adwick.
The war rages on, I'm afraid. Continues to pull people away from their true professions and loves of life, and makes them turn pitchforks into sword blades, and farmers become soldiers, and so on and so forth.
Believe me, I am all too aware. The things that people have to give up in order to maintain what little niceties they have.
I do have to keep an appointment, however. It was an absolute pleasure meeting with you.
Roll to see if he liked the conversation so much he's gonna seek her out again.
It was an enlightening conversation, to say
17.
the least. I can see why there are many who
She's
have
great for
been
conversation.
surprised by your demeanor.
He will twist your hand and look at the top and give it a slight squeeze. It was a pleasure speaking with you, Acolyte. I do hope that I will be able to say goodbye before my departure. However, I must go meet with a painter who has taken interest in painting. So,
Should I find myself wandering the streets as I do, perhaps I will make a point of seeing you off, as it was. I will admit I was surprised to have as good of a conversation with you as I did, even with the surprisingly positive reviews that I've gotten from others about the nature of these, shall we say, philosophical matters.
something that is forgotten on both sides, Acolyte,
Never had reason to speak with the man, however.
is that the people who fight these wars are normal people. There are many Empire men who wish to be back home rather than be here.
He's not in the city, which causes
I wish you a good day.
before we can even gather people for Bali.
And you as well. Enjoy your appointment.
Oh, I will. Abbot, Martino, I believe, and Prelate. Thank you for allowing me to...
Good day, Colonel.
Thank you for allowing me to hold a conversation here. I know that it is not wanted, so I appreciate the hospitality.
I figured I would at least spare you the constant attacks on your character by those in the streets.
Can you blame them? The Empire has its reputation. Though I am not the Empire, I am its diplomat. I understand why they react the way that they do. I cannot find fault in that. We cultivate what it is people
concern is
perceive of us,
warranted,
I'm
but-
afraid.
It is a matter of not breeding more negativity where it does not need to be present, as it will only sow further discontent for those who are already strained as it is.
Well, even so, I cannot blame these people for how they feel. Thank you for the safety of your walls, but now I must venture out once more and find this Christos and speak with him. I wish you all a good day.
He's at his tavern, though he's a little frazzled.
I'm sure
shall we
we'll be
say.
fine. Nothing to worry about.
I believe he is expecting you either way, so you shouldn't have difficulty.
Excellent. Thank you.
In fact, I believe I shall grab a drink as well.
Oh. Well, if you would like to accompany me, Abbot, I would love the company.
Come, there's just quicker down the main road, and honestly.
No, Abbott, you're
No
not trying
offense
to take
to
me down
Colonel.
back streets to get me cornered, are you?
I will have no such dreams. My hatred is to those in the battlefield, and to whichever elector count committed the act you informed me of.
That would
I
be
do have to thank you, though, for at least giving me that closure.
Again, sincerely, I cannot speak for the actions of those who were involved during the initial invasion. The most that I can say was the one spearheading it was Elector Count Ducloff. He was one of the minor nobles, and a lesser Elector Count, but a count nonetheless. He is rather volatile, is the best way that I can put it. You have my condolences once more, Abbot.
My thanks.
Oh, good, you're doing perfect. Continue. Just do what you're doing.
Hopefully this war ends.
They're about to
favorably
enter the
for
tavern now.
everyone. Hopefully the monastery can be rebuilt.
Well, yes, I would say any building or monastery could be rebuilt. It's the lives lost that are the hardest to deal with. This I'm sure we can agree on.
Yes. Their memories will always be. But I would be much more comforted to have them with me in person.
That sounds like the kind of thing the Empire.
This is going on the caravan. With a moment. Doesn't need to be private.
It does sound like it's what they want, but I don't
wanna
think
ask
I'm gonna
more.
be breaking up. No.
Sure, yeah. You go for it.
Ah, Colonel.
Greeting.
To let you know about something.
Coming in for a drink, I
advantages
suppose.
as well as the rest of that med glue that I have given you.
I will be out of all your hair shortly.
Lessen the complications because
I do not wish to disrupt your place, but I have come for the reasons you mentioned.
It's quite a lot.
Would you care to give those
Of
supplies
course.
to her instead?
Would you like to have a drink along with it to bring to the back? I have the whole canvas and easel in the back.
Thank you for understanding.
If that is what would suit you the best,
all three of
I
us
would
if
love
that was
to.
the case.
Alright. Raska?
Sure. And what do you
we're
want to drink?
planning on doing some
Whiskey,
training
ale,
outside.
water?
Would you guys want to join?
Whatever is easiest for you, Christos.
I'm actually just here
I will await you in the back.
Medical lesson. Not trained, I figure. Alright. I'm gonna have to trust you probably. Do you mind
we need to trade.
tomorrow?
Miss Loretta would like to accompany us. They'd like to meet you more.
Sure, if she so
I'm
wishes.
doing this thing to attempt to be nice. So it's
Of course. I'll meet you right in the back.
I don't think she meant you.
Get yourself something for yourself because that is opportunity.
But yes, Genevieve.
Yes, that's like
Loretta,
really ignorant.
I believe
no,
Ben
I'm
will give
genuinely
you the
just
rest of the
offering
supplies
I'm not
that
sure
he's
if I'm
already
getting
bought for
anyone
mine
else for
today.
training. Let us
You'll
go.
be
Yeah,
getting
not to the
two,
okay,
units, putting yourself in danger. 2
wonderful.
units, and the rest of this med glue.
All right. You can
Where would you like
pull
me,
off one of
Mr.
those
Christos?
chairs from there if you want to sit down.
Ah,
No, I'll be over here. Being able to.
I think I will do just that. One moment.
I don't think we've been formally introduced.
More than likely not. It's not likely most people would approach me up the street. Colonel Hardiman. A pleasure.
Loretta Hartford.
Loretta Hartford, of House Hartford in the West.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, at
Well,
least
yeah.
you know the goings on in here and our country.
Well, we are familiar, in the very least, with the houses of power.
Not very familiar with the houses of power and empire.
Well,
Other than Oster House.
that is probably how the Emperor would want to keep it, I am sure.
Absolutely.
Once more,
I do have a little thing of ale over here if you ever need so.
very kind of you. I will see to it shortly. I will say once again, Mr.
All right,
Christos,
okay.
I am quite thankful. This will be a great gift to my granddaughter. I appreciate you taking the time to do this.
Sure. It always is well for me to get practice for.
A province called Sunmore. It is one of the inner cities that are closest to the capital. I was sent here as a diplomat on behalf of the elected counts that are currently stationed in occupied Ireland, is the best way that I can put it. They would have me call it the Western Empire, but I'm sure Irelanders would not like that.
Probably not. Sorry, I got upset. Could you tell somebody that?
Oh, I'm sure. I've come close several times today.
I'm sure. I saw all those men looking at you very fiendishly, I'll say.
Can you blame them? The Empire is
No,
known
I
for
cannot.
its actions, and we cultivate what we are known by the things we do. So I can hardly blame them.
I'm curious as to why the Empire is pushed out into Ireland.
An invasion is usually to conquer a neighboring kingdom or country, I would assume. While I'm not entirely privy to everything, as I've only ever operated as a supply officer, I'm sure they have their reasons.
Absolutely.
Very
By the way,
diplomatic
I heard
answer, of
you're
course.
originally not from the Empire. I've heard. From others.
That would be correct.
Interesting.
There was a province by the name of Leodor. Perhaps you've heard of it. Leodor was a kingdom to the north of Gewin and north of Astigan.
Really?
I'll be in here if you need me to roll.
I know my geography a little, but not too much far off to the east.
Well, if you were to picture it this way, the entirety of your eastern Ireland would have shared a border with Gewin. And to the north, the entire border of Hayloth shared a border with Leodor. And to the south, your Eshma Thalos shared a border with Astigan.
Really?
When
So the
there's-
Empire is basically built up around other places.
Well, more or less to a degree. Everyone starts somewhere, and the Empire has grown over time like any other country or kingdom.
A couple of questions I wanted to ask, like, you want to know about the daily life of, the normal people around Ireland. I was actually quite curious of normal people that, usually lounge about the cities of the Empire, their daily lives.
Well, the most normal answer I can give without the increment of diplomatics is that life is rather good. It is structured. But that is if you live within the inner provinces, I am sure. Places such as some of the conquered provinces, for example, Leodor. Leodor is treated well. We have what we need, and embarrassingly, I would say that it runs better after the Empire conquered us, but there is freedom, as long as there is loyalty to the Empire.
As long as you don't have pointy ears or a long beard or...
Well, as I was going to say, as long as you are human. Emperor Osterhaus has his ideals. They can be rather draconian, but I am not the Emperor. I do not have his authority, I am afraid.
As
Would
we
you
do
say
not
that
have the crowns either.
a lot of people in the Empire are, well, of a similar mindset to you? You seem...
No. I am, I don't want to say a joke. My rank and my accomplishments are still very much so respected, and I am a career military man after all, but no. I am very much different than most of my counterparts. Though I am loyal to the Emperor and I serve Emperor Osterhaus, I am just not the one to say, tie them to a stake and set the flame.
They're the heavy choices that we have to make.
But as I said before, looking back on things that have already happened, it tends to be easier to make choices that could have been, should have been. For the few of us that had any sort of power or say in Leodor towards the end year of the war, it was very clear that either we would continue fighting until we were further subjugated, or we made a heavy choice where the human population was spared, even though we knew the non-humans would not be. So we chose to end the war.
There were times where, well, I made very much smaller decisions. There was a king war that went around here and I had to make a decision that, well, kind of had me concede to the enemy, the enemy gang. And well, I understand to a small degree.
You are alive, so I would say that you came out on top, in the very least. There are many people who hate me and hate those who are like me, but they are alive to hate me, and that is the point that matters.
Exactly.
Do you think when the Empire came to take your lands that you could have done something different?
Miss Hartford, wouldn't you say that anyone who has had to make a heavy decision would contemplate it many, many days after it took place? Of course, anyone would look back and wonder if they could have done something better. Wonder if they could have made a different outcome. But you never know. It's not like I can go back and relive these days. So I will have to settle for what was done and try to live with it.
You see, I'm of the position that I do not want Ireland to join the Empire.
Wouldn't that be a normal statement?
Yes.
But of course, we're
So
talking about
if there's
diplomacy
any,
here, so-
well,
Seems like a rather normal sentiment.
any advice that you would have as someone in a position like yours?
Lady Hartford, I am a colonel in the Empire's army. I am loyal to Emperor
Yes, you
Osterhaus.
Yes.
There's the hint, Lord.
I only ask because, well, I don't live in the Empire. And you seem like a man who is not of the same mindset of your kinsman, and well,
So how should I say this? Well, go on with your conversation, actually. I'm trying to actually paint over the eye.
it's
The invasion of
The
Ireland is
Empire.
only a matter of time, Lady Hartford. Ireland is too fractured. Its lords squabble. The majority of your armies sit to the west, awaiting the outcome. Probably if the capital was to fall, they would switch sides in a heartbeat to ensure their own survival. If I'm to speak without diplomatics, it is only a matter of time. And for this I am sorry. I've lived through it myself. In a perfect world, your lords would stop squabbling. They would have a sense of morality and realize that even if they could keep their positions under the current leadership of the Empire, do they truly wish to condemn themselves to be men that walk the earth, that know of the deeds that they have done where others do not see? Can they live with that guilt? Do they want it to plague them for the rest of their lives? And if the idea of their riches and position outweighs their morality, then there was never any hope for Ireland to begin with.
Lord, as the man is speaking, it's like the lines on his face just got a lot deeper.
I understand.
We all have our parts to play. Whether they are for good or for ill, none do not know until they stand before their gods. We can only try to make the best choices with what we have. If you choose to save a majority by bending the knee, that is what you thought was right. If you choose to risk it all by getting those who stand idly by to unsheath their swords, then there is always that small chance that there is victory. But there is cost on both ends. The cost of humiliation and loss, and those who were given away when the loss occurred, and the cost of everything it took to achieve your victory. Your heart will be heavy either way, Lady Hartford. It's up to you to decide which of that is something that you are willing to bear on your shoulders for the rest of your life, that you do not live with regret.
Loretta, you've been in rooms with many people who could fill it with their personality alone, and the one that's filling this room right now is weighted with consequence.
So if I may ask, I'm pinning over the eye right now, and, well, the eye patch, you know, the old deal. And it seems like, unlike mine, yours is able to go through better healing. It's interesting.
I was lucky. When the blow was struck, there was a surgeon nearby. It was taken care of before it could get any worse. So the healing was not as jagged as it would have been if it was left unattended.
I'm glad. I was able to get the, how should I say, surgeon from the poor quarters to help me out with my eye, but he just basically took it out and just stitched whatever he could. I commend the surgeon, whoever did it. Alright, I think I'm about finished.
Oh, excellent.
You sure have bright eyes, sir.
Well, they are, a strange blue. My mother had blue eyes and my father green. But the blue won out. I'm quite fond of them. I like to think they go well with the grey hair. And silver, even.
Very distinguished.
Maybe once I get old, maybe I can have that duo.
I would advise you against it.
If I go that far.
It takes a lot of day-to-day care to keep it from getting all raggedy. Sometimes it does not feel worth it.
Yeah.
No, Colonel.
Now, I know you said that you knew my master Usello. That you seem like one that really likes art and music. Any other?
Well, as I had said before, it was also a great pleasure to see your master, or former master. I don't know how close you are currently, but as I said, he would perform at some of the fairs when he was younger on the borders between Gewin and the Empire. And it was a sight to behold. Like I said, one of his paintings still hangs in the provincial governor's palace on the border. He takes great pride in it, always speaks about how a master of the arts had come and graced him with such a painting.
I'm glad he was able to do that. We're still close to this day we talk. Well, he was able to come recently and we were able to, how should I say this, end the apprenticeship as I told you before. But I hope to talk to him again before things get a little rash.
Well, it would seem that regardless of the outcome, you have learned a great deal. And I'm excited to see what the outcome is.
Yes. And it's about almost finished. Alright, just need to put a signature. Alright. And here you are.
Goodness me.
Painted portrait on the canvas.
It almost feels like looking into a mirror, except more handsome, I would say. My.
Well, people say I have a certain way of interpretations of seeing people.
Do you, to that degree? That is marvelous.
Apparently.
I have never seen any of your work up close. In fact, there are little hints that remind me of the work I've seen by Master and Cello. The same thing with the eyes. You always do them first, don't you?
Indeed.
You would always accentuate the eyes, saying that the most soul could be shown inside of them, and the way that the eyes were shown would ultimately decide the reputation of the, well, I should say the countenance of the person depicted. It is masterfully done, Mr. Christos. I love it. Truly, I would love nothing more than to take it back home with me.
Were you able to find a good way of being able to store it, yeah?
Well, I would, there was a woman very tall there, Bjorning, of all things. She was very kind, and told me she was very much willing to make a handmade frame for the portrait itself to protect it. I figured if I got a sheet or something...
She did the same for Hartford's painting. I did it for the competition, and Ursa was able to make the frame for it, so you'll be in good hands with her.
Most excellent. Now, I've heard that you are a man that knows how to draw his subjects well. I'm curious. If you saw this painting for the first time, and you know nothing about the person depicted, what would you say?
Now, this part usually gets people scared away. One time I drew a portrait of a person, I told them exactly what I thought, and they ran out of the room.
Truly, a sign that an artist who knows his quarry. You have my curiosity, sir.
Sure. Well, the first thing I noticed, well, when I was drawing over your eyes, well, the scars and the missing eyes suggested that, you know, you had good healing. And I thought it was gentler than the usual human touch. Just, I don't know, it just seemed very gentle in the way that it was handled. The man who treated me, yes, he took it with utmost care, but I was feeling pain for the next 2 days, even with some sort of potion. And, as well as, you know, drawing you with the bright eyes, I saw that you, of course, had a love for art and music. I could see the brightness in your curiosity and excitement whenever I spoke about my artistry.
It is true, I do enjoy sitting and watching painters do their work. There are stadiums and such in Stunmore, galleries in Stunmore, where those who enjoy such a thing will come and watch an artist do their work, whoever is featured for that day.
And the next thing I went on was to draw the posture. And of course, being a military man yourself, it was more of a rigid posture of a career military man with, well, of course one has to make heavy choices. Almost was like stone, of just how heavy they were, but it was more of a, how should I say this? The choices were made anyways. Had to make them. And so, and then once I draw the body, I went back into the detail of the face. And what I saw through it all was a weary face that, well, to be honest, tires of death, of war. Much more of a veteran that has gone through a lot. And that's the major things I was able to pick out.
I can see why you send people running for the hills. One would say you are more of a mystic than a painter. I adore this work. I would love nothing more than if you would allow me to pick it up before my departure.
Sure thing.
How much do I owe you, Mr. Christos?
You gave me the materials for the 5 silver already. Well, consider this. I'd say about 6 silver. Who knows? Maybe it'll become more, priceless to you once the Empire takes over Ireland.
Takes over. I hope that if that day ever comes, I will be at rest already. Thank you, Christos. Very kind of you.
Of course.
I will be sure to come pick this up before my departure today.
I'll be sure to keep it in a safe place for you to pick up.
If it causes you too much trouble before the end of the day, I will have some of my men pick it up. I do not want to disrupt your business.
You'll be quite alright. Nobody usually comes back here anyway, so I'll be able to keep it back here. Once you get to the tavern, I can send it for you.
Very well. Then I will return for that, if that is all right with you. And if you are finished with your interrogation, Lady Hartford.
I believe we've done discussing. It was interesting to get insight from somebody, well, normally would be stabbing a sword into my gut.
I am not one for murdering innocent women. I wish you well, Lady Hartford. And that of your country, whatever that may be.
Still Ireland. I intend to keep it that way.
Well,
as long as you think and
it is a
feel
pleasure
that
as
way,
always.
while you still live and breathe, regardless of what flags may fly over a province. It's what the people believe that make a country what it is. Good day, Lady Hartford.
God, you, Helena.
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Abbott. I hope you've been all right.
I've had a drink to keep my time. I've been quite all right.
And thank you for your patience, Hyman.
Not to worry, truly. Now I shall depart before you have a ball on your hands, I'm sure.
Solidly drunk.
They'll be alright.
Rolling. One moment, Colonel. Let's see. For the 10, some ale will spill to your right onto the ground as some men are drunkenly singing. It misses you.
A good night to you, gentlemen. Enjoy your drinks. Excuse me. An archer, are you? Good with a bow? Somewhat. The way you hold it speaks of confidence. Most hold it slack to their side because they don't know what to do with it, but you rest it in front, have a hand by the bowstring. Don't mind me. Are you not able to speak? Ah. A side effect of the war, I assume. I am sorry. Yes, I am an Imperial. A diplomat, but yes, I do come from the Empire. Good day, sir. I hope
see
the day
you're
finds you
meeting
well.
Penny.
Penny, is that her name? Greetings, Miss Penny. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Colonel Heidemann.
Penny, for all that people villainize the Imperials, you couldn't imagine a more friendly eye looking upon you right now.
I certainly hope that the day finds you well. I would assume you might be a bit hot inside of that clothing. I know the plate is killing me right now.
Given the current state.
Well, it's not exactly what I would enjoy to wear, but unfortunately, even as an envoy, I must wear it. Identification and all of that. I was just coming from your tavern. Met some of the nice people there. Gentleman by the name of Christos, an artist. A elf named Rin. Another named Ikilos. Archers, apparently. I caught them, where was I? I was standing outside of the church. They happened to be practicing by, I think someone identified those buildings as a bowery. Do you practice there as well? Or are you a hunter, perchance? Farm. A village. The village outside of the walls, I assume. I have wanted to see it before I depart. I don't enjoy sitting inside of the keep, I'm afraid. Too much politicking, men yelling at each other. Who kills who? I like being outside, away from it all. If you are from the village, I would love to see it.
Thank you.
Then I shall follow you. Most excellent.
Giga, you follow him. I'm going to follow players from
Colonel, if you're going outside, do you mind if I accompany you?
If you so wish. I would not tell you that you have to, but it is quite all right.
For peace of mind, really.
I probably should inform you that I will be stepping outside the walls to look at your village, get some fresh air. If I don't come back, a loyal Aralandi has murdered me, and I'm sure that will be good. I will let you know if I'm alive on the way back.
I don't think having one of our citizens murder you would be good. You're here peacefully. We don't want that.
It was a jest, soldier. A jest.
Sorry, with the quality of my privates lately, I've had to take things quite a bit more seriously. I apologize.
Well, I don't know why you would tell me about the situation of your privates, but I certainly hope that the situation gets better. Good day to you, soldier.
Are you telling our
Sergeant,
yes,
what's the-
Sergeant?
Either way, safe travels.
Everything okay?
Nothing more.
My God, and what has happened to you? Are you quite all right?
Doing fine.
You mentioned you wanted to talk, Mirren.
I thought you
Don't
were...
let me keep you. You look like a busy man.
Busy? No. Being at the castle would have me busy. I needed fresh air, away from all the politicking. But a lot of those injuries do not look old.
What's it to you? Why do you care?
Merely curious. I enjoy speaking to the people around me. I don't get to travel outside of the Empire often.
Why don't you let your curiosity eat at you then?
It does?
Go have your fresh air.
If you don't mind me speaking to you, Colonel, was it?
Yes, Colonel
I heard you were
Heidman.
from Leodor, was it not? Oh, Colonel
Yes, I need to
Heidman.
talk to you.
Pleasure. Quintus Ferris.
A pleasure to meet you, Quintus. A curious name. Continue.
I was just curious if you actually were from Leodor or not. My house paled on the border from that.
Yes, no, I'm a native of Leodor. I was born and raised there.
Ah. Well, I guess you could call me a native there as well, though it was more of a native of straddling both Leodor and Estrmithalos.
Huh, truly. Well, I assume then that the wars have brought you here.
Unfortunately, yes, they have. I'd prefer that there were none, but we all can't have our own ways.
A man who speaks from my very heart. You are correct. Unfortunately, we cannot change the large picture around us. I assume you lost your home then.
My home, and I do not know what happened from the rest of the tribe or the family, unfortunately. They have either dissolved themselves into other houses or perhaps vanished completely. Perhaps they've done what I have and decided to blend in with the humans.
Losing one's home is never something to be brushed aside. I am sorry, Quintus. There is no easy way to accept one's home is lost. Being a native of Leodor myself, I share this pain with you.
After all these centuries, you come to realize that home is not so much a place as it is where you feel most safe. Home can change.
I suppose that is true, but I am not long-lived like an elf, I am afraid. Where I go and live most of my
That is
life, I
fair.
have to call home. Even now my bones grow weary. I will not last as long. Right, I did not mean to keep you standing out in the sun. I shall accompany you. Forgive me, Quintus, was it?
Colonel.
I hope you
Yes.
have a good day. And again,
You as well.
I'm sorry about our shared home.
Hi.
Greetings. And what might your name be?
I believe one of your leg checkers went up, Prince.
Ambrose.
Ambrose? pleasure to meet you.
The Empire, so Tar guide you.
My legs don't think so, however, so you'll have to give me a moment.
Oh, that's all right. My leg's been messed up for a little bit, you know. I just make do, you know.
We all make our concessions.
This guy's an Imperial. Why are you talking to this guy, Miss Penny? You taking him to the farm? Why?
You have to adjust the armor sometimes.
Get him before he burns him down. You would be hanging out with this guy, Miss Penny. He can't even get his leg on straight. At least I know how to hook mine up in the morning.
This damnable leg, why does it not do what it's told? I need to stand on you.
Look, Miss Penny.
Come on.
You
There we are.
can't possibly be hanging out with this guy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Miss Ursa already told me. Miss Ursa already told me who and what he is. Oh, hi.
Greetings. You said your name was Ambrose, was it?
I mean, if you're trying to talk, there might be a problem.
Is there now?
Because I can't hear anything.
I believe that is a problem only for you, Ambrose.
Ah, I see.
I also cannot hear.
Very strange.
Interesting.
It
I
must be
suppose that may be
hear
for
him
the
just
best.
fine.
I see.
Close and
Okay.
open your eyes on him. You can hear him.
I see.
Yes.
Ah.
Perhaps blink very hard.
Not sure why it works. It's fucking
Ah,
weird.
okay, let's try it now. Oh,
there we go.
absolutely.
Just
My
had to
ears are
remove that.
amazing.
Now
God.
you can be passive
It's a
aggressive
wonderful
and
world.
hear me. Excellent.
It's a wonderful world that Mithrax created that we all live in.
That's all very well and good. Your name is Ambrose, correct?
Yeah, Ambrose. I work on the farm.
A pleasure to meet you, Ambrose. Colonel Heidemann. I am the diplomatic envoy here. If it is that much of a pain, you do not need to. I understand we are on opposing forces. I do. You need not like me, but I will show you respect.
Okay.
I was taking a walk outside of the keep trying to get away from the politics and the screaming over who kills who. It gets tiresome. I had taken interest in seeing both your lake once more and the village. I had decided to take a walk outside.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, you know. I'm sure you've seen the refugees that you have been making and the village that we live in that is barely making it.
I have seen what the war has done, and the Empire. But I am not the Empire. I am a diplomat. And I am here to see what the situation is. So hopefully peace can be made.
Yeah, well, that funny thing about peace. Real easy to talk about when you're on the winning side.
Ambrose, I was not always on the winning side. I am not a native of the Imperium. I grew up in Leodor. I am a native of Leodor. The kingdom that was to the south of Giwen, or north, I should say, before it was conquered. I too had to bend the knee.
Martino.
I did not enjoy it. In fact, it brought me great shame.
I'll talk to you.
But my life has led me to where I am, and in the very least I can use what I have experienced to act as a diplomat to try and prevent unnecessary death.
Do you need the barrel?
Well, Mr. General.
You can just
what
call
was your
me
name again?
That's all right.
All right, Heidemann.
We emptied that barrel.
Well, you know what? Somebody came by the farm one time, wanted me to bend the knee, and well, you know.
Use the barrel. You left
That's what they got from me, 'cause I didn't bend it.
And that is probably why Aralyn still stands, Ambrose. By all sections of military might, your feeble nation should have collapsed already. But perhaps it is because it is not as feeble as the Empire believes. But that is my thoughts, not that of the elected council.
We still got some fight in us.
I do not disagree. Either way.
I'm sure Miss Penny can show you around the village.
Well, even though I'm sure it was not for you to an extent, I enjoyed you stopping to speak with me, give me some insight. I wish you a good day, Mr. Ambrose.
Good day, Heidemann.
If you watch,
don't wait up, Miss Penny.
I shall join with you.
Ambrose,
If only to
if you watch this Imperial walk away from
deter any would-be ruffian.
I showed him. Fuck him.
I did not hear you. Say again?
If it's all the same to you, I will be accompanying you as well. If only to deter some woolly ruffian from,
If you so wish,
acting
by all
foolish.
means. I would not be upset about the accompaniment.
Did you hear all that shit?
Ah, God.
Oh, you even have a windmill. Splendid. I'm sure that helps when it comes time to turn grain into what it is, or wheat to grain. Would you believe that imperial farms use hand cranks still to this day?
Oh.
Why?
It is quiet, and the breeze is nice.
Hopefully you are here to keep things from happening.
It is not hard to tell that I am most certainly not wanted here, though I can understand why. The colors I wear bring fear. It's not a good feeling, but the curse of the job, I suppose.
Yes, but even in war, there is still room for civilized manner.
While I will agree with you in totality, one cannot look at these people and say something to a degree that they should not react the way that they are. The Empire has made its reputation. I cannot balk at the fact that there are people who think of me as a scourge within their city.
Perhaps. But maybe they should also understand that. I don't know.
My. All built by hand, no doubt. No equipment, no cranes, no engineers. Engineers, they are people who build more complex structures for a living. It is something to the effect of like your castles.
No?
Oh, I meant to know.
Well, how do I put this? They are not built in that manner east. Most things are brick or stone. We are lucky while our quarries are plentiful, so even those who are, how do I put this? I don't want to use the word poor. The people who do not have as much as those who live within can oftentimes afford to have buildings insulated and made of stone.
Why is he here?
You know, something that I think might bring a smile to your face. A lot of the...
Shouts from down the path of, is that an Imperial? Are they invading our village?
Just welcome him. Welcome him. Show him everything.
The point is... It infuriated a great deal of the Elector Counts when they first invaded. Because Ireland still stands even now to this day. We could not figure out, could not fathom for the life of us, why these people just would not fall. We had more men, we had cavalry, we had black powder, catapults. They would not fall. And seeing the resilience of people and the way that they have all lived through what one would call squalor shows how entirely resilient these people are. There are other nations like Leodor that bent the knee. They gave up those who were not human to save those that were. But Ireland refuses, and it is admirable. And though it costs dearly, they still hold on. And that is something that I wish would be seen by those who work alongside me. But also things that I cannot elaborate on.
He takes the bow, and in like peasant chicken scratch, do you regret bending knee? Question mark.
I am loyal to Emperor Osterhaus, and I am here as a diplomat. But it seems that my presence here is not good for your village. In fact, many of them seem angry. Perhaps I should depart. Please, by all means.
Keep it from your mind.
Something else that is wondrous to me is that... well, most of the Empire is very arid. It is warm with not much rain. Not desert, but arid. And we do not have the kind of bushes and flowers that you have. In fact, I have not seen these kinds of colors.
Jeers and cheers from the village behind you. Victory! And peasants. Clearly very excited.
A brave battle they fought.
Were it so easy? If it makes them feel happy, no reason to take it from them. But yes, no, I've never seen a lot of these flowers and bushes. I even saw a rose the other day, something I've only ever heard of. Plant life is very different. It's a lot more dry, so to speak.
I would have thought the Empire lush, green, and just endless rolling hills.
Well, parts of the Empire are. Do not get me wrong, but large swaths of it are very arid and rocky. There are more hills and mountains than anything else. Growing up, most of my time in Leodor was spent horseback riding and fishing. But when I came to the Empire, I spent a lot more time climbing bloody mountains trying to get from city to city than anything else. can only wonder what these people's stories are to make them feel as such. I am sure that the Empire has done them. I'm sure that the Empire has done them great disservices. But I cannot answer for them, unfortunately.
World charts of the great machine. Turning and twisting.
My, my. Look at... I had rode past it a few days prior, but I did not have time to look. Clear water. Green hills, green trees. Even the air is nowhere near as dry as I'm used to. Nothing but the smell of flowers and trees.
She holds up one of the more exotic flowers that grow around the lake.
There is so much beauty that is hidden. That we will never see it because we are always too busy trying to kill one another. Were I a younger man, I probably would not think of it this way, but I have seen enough loss. He's going to tuck it in his belt buckle.
You see him putting a flower into his belt buckle. One of the flowers from the side of the lake.
You. Peace.
What?
Peace.
I wonder if he intends to bring them
You.
back all the way.
Huh. Here I would say a modicum of peace is to be found. I cannot bring it with me. I cannot promise said peace outside of myself. But here for myself, it is quiet. There are no screams, no sound of steel, and it is quiet.
Kenny, as you're out here watching the Colonel just observe the lake, you see his posture relax a little bit. It is peaceful. It's probably one of the few times he's ever kind of let himself just kind of absorb the scenery.
One would be in danger of taking off one's armor and sitting by the water listening to it run. By the time you looked up, it would be night. Well, I would like to say I'll come out here another time and sit down and enjoy it, but unfortunately I will be departing tonight. So it is one of those things I will pack away in my heart and remember for the morning. I appreciate the kindness. Penny, right? When the days are more hot and sun more, and I am dying under a blazing sun in the heat, I will think of this lake. Whatever comes, I hope it is the best it could be for you. Your lake is beautiful.
You
Hmm?
see a man named Ambrose? He has my spear. I ran all
I
the
saw
way
him
here
at-
because I heard he was going this way.
I
He is
heard
not
you
here.
last
The
I
spear is
saw.
against the house.
And the last I saw, was he not at the gate? Or did he go somewhere
He's
else?
by the houses. I don't know why you ran all this way.
Oh,
He
well.
wasn't
I
there.
came here to make sure no wild animals attacked you on your visit.
Thank you for the extra help.
I hear the bears around here are particularly fierce.
As you're walking back to the city, Colonel, you realize, looking up, oh, I've been away a lot longer than I thought. It'll be sundown soon, you think. The lake was beautiful and it was peaceful. Worth it, I suppose.
Things change when the sun is gone. I should probably head back.
It's probably safest that way.
You're probably correct, Abbott. I just... never mind. I am tired, that's all.
That I can understand.
Your lodge can be climballed.
Good day, Kun.
Good day, Quintus Rascal.
Nicholas.
Hello.
Martino.
Quintus.
I say, are those people sparring?
Aye. A training of sorts.
Is that something a lot of people do? I assume because of the war nearby.
Aye, most people train in weapons they can never afford. So flashy and exciting to them.
It is important that as many people know how to defend themselves as possible do.
You'll
That is
mostly
true.
armed with a spear rather than a sword.
I carry a sword on my hip, but I am loath to overuse it. Between you and me, if I'm to be honest. I've spent more time writing papers and sending missives than using it. I'd be a little rusty even if I had to.
Let's hope
say.
it does not come to that.
What is that?
Tang.
Tang? And who is Tang?
Metal man.
A metal man?
Be honest, I don't know much.
I don't know much. He's just a metal man.
A metal man that has blue lights coming from him?
I don't know what he is. He's just a man made of metal. That's all I can say.
I should like to talk to him. My curiosity is getting the better of me once more. I'm sure a few moments will be fine. Sure. I would not want to impose.
Well, he asks, do you mind if I ask a question of you?
Please, by all means, Abbot.
Dropping decorum and speaking plainly, do you think there is an outcome where the non-humans of Elrond are safe? In these negotiations?
I cannot speak on the negotiations taking place inside the castle, but I can tell you from my own experience, Abbot, as a man, I do not think so.
Thank you for your honesty, priest.
I truly wish I could offer something that was not honeyed words. I have seen it firsthand. I know. I do. But we all have our parts to play, and things that we must do. And while we may not have the answer directly in front of us or in the palm of our hand, we can, in the very least, attempt to make the small changes near us that may make the future more inhabitable for all. If that makes any sense.
As one who has lived a life trying to do just that, it is perfectly understood.
You do strike me as a type to be, of a more patient countenance than most. I'm sure it was no easy detail following me about. You did not have to do that. I know it was not out of concern for myself, but more so, obviously, if something happened to an Imperial diplomat.
Such is the state of things.
Such is the state of things.
Perhaps in a better world, this war would not be happening.
In a better world, Abbot, none of this would be happening. I've honestly said to myself many times, and I mean no disrespect by saying it, but I feel that if there were gods, why would they watch such things happen? Surely, if some being of all power lowered itself from the sky and made clear what it was and what to do and not to do, many people would have their minds blown and probably obey. At the very least, even my heart aches for guidance from time to time.
And so is where the saying comes from. It's tried and true and worked into the ground. The gods work in mysterious ways. We've all heard it, but
mysterious.
But it is in times like that I think. That is the way I think it is in truth. The fact that they don't just come down and announce themselves.
Ready to train.
Oh, forgive me. I did not see you there. Are you the one they call Tang?
That is what they call me.
One of the individuals I spoke to called you Metal Man or Tang or something of the sort. I've never seen anything quite like you. If I may inquire.
No. All right. What are you doing?
Do you know an Ambrose?
You may.
Well, at the risk of sounding
I see.
rude, what are you?
Thank you.
Tang with a 19. This man is just genuinely curious of what you are. You get the thing, he's actually never seen one of your kind before.
I thought from afar you were a knight. But the blue lights, I've never seen the like.
Most people do consider me just a man in armor. And that, honestly, is the best descriptor that I can give.
Why, there is a hole in your chest. You cannot possibly be a man in armor. There is no...
That is correct.
Inside.
That there isn't. I am, or at least some people call me, a warforged, or metal man, or walking suit of armor.
This term, warforged. I've heard it spoken about before. The term used in passing. Described with great fear. And I'm starting to try and understand now why.
And you're about to do 2 more full days of walking.
I would assume from the dents and scratches and such that perhaps you have had your clashes with the Empire.
I have. And being as you are, wearing their regalia, their golden armor itself, and I have been told that you are a diplomat for their forces, correct?
I am a diplomat, yes. My name is Colonel Heidemann. I mostly have worked as a supply officer and a strategist, but today I am sent as a diplomat. Well, I should say 3 days ago. Not that they expect me to accomplish anything, more so sent here because I am not as hardliner as most of my peers, I suppose. I just noticed that you were missing an arm.
Excuse me, I could use a brief prayer. I just need a brief prayer. Just pray for me. Bless
I cannot say that I cannot also blame that on the Empire's assault.
I think I'm possessed, haunted, something.
Is this
Just lay hands on me, Father, whatever
something
it is
that
you do.
happened
I don't know how this works.
in this conflict?
What?
Just bless me, pray for me, whatever it was. You know,
Yes.
Religious.
If you must know.
Whatever it is you do.
Well, you do not have...
War takes things from everyone, including metal.
I am Martino Abbot Angelo, Abbot of the Church, but...
Oh, it does. You need not
I'm
tell me,
possessed.
as
Blessing. Yes, that's all.
unfortunately I know it well. I am not born of the
I
Imperium.
am not skilled in the way of exorcism.
I
but
was
many
born in
times,
Leodor,
protect you
the
from
kingdom
whatever
that
is
was
following
north of Giwen.
Thank you very much. I think that'll do.
Born and raised there, I was more of a artist lover and a fisherman myself before I was brought into service. So I know about war taking things from other, sir. But you had my curiosity. I've heard the name Warforged in passing, associated with many, many, many losses
No idea.
for us.
By my understanding, it's many losses for all.
I mean in regards to meeting a Warforged on the field.
I did not mean that as well. You act as if my kind would not be the same kind of problem for both our Lundian Empire as orcs would.
I would not know. I try to reserve my judgment until I've at least heard a person speak for themselves. I would be a shit diplomat if I did not do in the very least that. But I'm curious.
That is true.
You are not man. You are not elf nor dwarf. Nothing that I know of. Is this foreign to you? Are you from Ireland?
Yes. In a way, born and raised.
Huh.
Though I'm sure that you would understand that as well.
To a degree, I think I could, yes. What are your thoughts on the war, then, Metal Man?
In my own opinion, since you are asking of it, I do not see the purpose of it.
Well,
By my understanding, the Theosian Empire already has plenty of kingdoms, plenty of land to call their own, and they are prospering.
The Theosian Empire spans quite far, yes. I am not privy to everything that they do, and of course, because of my position, even if I did know, I could not speak on it freely, but I will agree that I feel wholeheartedly that the slaughter is unnecessary and distasteful. But then again, looking back on things makes choices easier, as you know what the outcomes would be. So I cannot really speak for my peers or my betters, only for myself. All I know is I would like to be back home in Sunmore. Or Leodor. I apologize for taking up your time, Tang. It was... I dare say I learned something.
As did I.
I would shake your
No.
hand, but,
I understand. And I would not wish to crush yours.
Yes, I would like to keep my
Trust
hand.
me, it has been a problem before.
Well, thank you for sparing me, Tang.
Though,
I appreciate it.
I wish to ask you one thing before you're off to your own business.
If you
Just
wish.
From sheer curiosity. Usually whenever someone from Ireland comes face to face with someone from Theosia, don't get a conversation.
No, I would assume
Usually ends at a crossbow bolt. But what is life like in the Empire? How much different is it from here?
Well, it depends where you come from the Empire. If you're from some of the inner provinces, things are very structured and prosperous. Everyone of a young age serves at least 2 years in the military of the state troop, learning discipline and self-values. Once that is done, they are sent back into the world using whatever skill sets they learned, be it as a soldier or a chef or a builder, an engineer, whatever it may be, to raise the society as a whole up from the ground. So it is not uncommon for a Theosian village to have engineers, apothecaries, doctors. There is a lot of stress put on being academically sound. Obviously, loyalty to the Emperor is something that is taught at a very young age and continuously. There is no drought nor famine. There is no internal strife that I am aware of, at least. But the other aspects of that I will not deny is there is slavery. Non-humans are treated very poorly. They make up most of the manual labor force. And most of them die as slaves. Not really something I have any effect on or could change. I suppose the best way to put it is, if you are the right kind of person, it can be a good life.
However segmented it may be.
But even then...
And this may just be the opinion of a metal man, but I believe that Theosia may be more prosperous if it was open to wider horizons than just its own citizens.
I have tried saying as much. If only from a militaristic standpoint, I've pointed out that we have state troops that are drilled for years. Men that are in plate and segmented plate and brigandine and half plate and know how to use their weapons, and here they are being beat back by peasants.
Something.
Elves and dwarves and humans that have no combat training or very little, they still manage to hold the line at Badaria. I implore my peers to think on that. Because obviously these people bring something to the table, even if you only think of it from a warfare standpoint. These are logical men, they cannot deny such facts. But words fall on deaf ears, and those who are set in their ways are set as such. And at the end of the day, I am loyal to Emperor Osterhaus.
And I do not expect that to change for anyone who is aligned or living inside of the Empire.
No. It probably never will. Leodor is gone, and that is just something that I will carry with me for the rest of my life, I suppose. Thank you for indulging me in that conversation, Tang. I appreciate it. I wish you a good day and whatever comes forth. Of course. And whatever comes forth, I hope it is in your best interest.
I hope so as well.
Hey, Mr. Imperial?
Yes, what can I do for you?
I wanted to ask you a quick question.
By all means.
I just wanted to see what you'd say. My brother died in this war, and I guess he supported us, and I got put on the streets, and I guess whatever happens, you win or we win. Do you really think it'll ever be worth it?
What I would tell you, young man, is that no matter the outcome, war is never worth it. Never has been, and it never will be. And while young men die, old men will bicker and send them to their deaths. It is an unfortunate reality with most kingdoms. I could not tell you what the outcome will be, and I could not tell you if it is good for ill. But I will say that everyone who is alive that understands either what is coming, what is, or what can be changed, has a responsibility to try and change it. Whether it is stopping your neighbor from starving, or preventing something terrible from befalling one that you care for, or even deciding to finally pick up a sword to defend that which is yours. The only one who can affect your future, that truly, is yourself. That is the power that you have that no one can take from you. As for your loss, I am sorry. I am.
Thank you.
Are you sure you are not a man of the cloth? You seem to understand some of the most important tenets of our teachings.
A lifetime of mistakes, Abbot. A lifetime of mistakes.
I assume your visit was eventful?
Well, as expected, it was not, people were not too pleased by my presence, but they tolerated me, and were kind enough to show me a few things that were beautiful about your countryside, such as your lake during the day. I appreciate the tolerance.
That's wonderful.
I'm glad you're able to see its majestic beauty in the daytime.
That it is. I'll be returning to the keep, so you won't have to worry about my presence much longer. Captain?
Would you like an escort, sir?
That is entirely upon you. If it is your laws, I will not say no, obviously.
If the captain wishes, I will accompany him up to the castle.
He's my trusted lieutenant. She will take good care of you.
As you so wish, Captain. I suppose this is where we part
And this is
ways,
where we
Abbot.
part ways.
Great minds think alike, I suppose. It was a pleasure, and thank you. Mithrax guide you, Abbot.
And may he guide you.
So, what's your impression of our kingdom, if I'm to state some curiosity?
You mean Ireland as a whole?
I guess I should say the city of Adwick, specifically.
Do you want the actual answer, Lieutenant, or the diplomatic one?
I prefer honesty to be the fairest truth, so... And I understand, given the situation, and the sides.
I would
Humans
say...
like you killed my daughter. This is a blood debt.
Well, I
Prepare
must...
to die.
Calm yourself. There is absolutely no need for such a thing. I am merely a diplomat, sir. I have never invaded any of your
off
nations
right
myself.
now.
I have no quarrel with you.
Lieutenant, it is all right.
And I am it.
I know what the Empire has done. I cannot speak for their evils. I cannot defend what they have done. The fact that I am even here as a diplomat is because they spit upon me as well. I am not an Imperial. I am from Leodor, the kingdom of the north that was conquered first before they ever came for any of you. I know what it's like to bend the knee, and I know what it's like to lose everything. And I know, without a doubt, that the Empire will tie you up to a stake and burn you, and if you think stabbing me in the street will change that, then I will not stop you. But I tell you this, that if you do, I forgive you, and that you did not deserve the loss that you have. I am sorry.
Rolling. Let's see how things shake out.
Regardless of what happens, the colonel will not reach for his weapon.
But I'm right behind you.
5. However, it is a 5, so the individual here does not accept the words of an Imperial in his home and whatever has ailed him in his past. He is not dissuaded from this.
Action reaction, he's close enough.
Blood is blood.
For the shield and the blade, let's see. 19. It is caught in the shield before any damage is done to the colonel.
Please, this isn't worth it. This will only make things
Turns
worse.
the blade away to disarm him.
What have you done?
I took a shot to his back.
Very well. Rolling. One moment. Yeah, okay. As the blade goes into the shield, a bolt will go into his back, and he will crumple over in pain instantly. It is a 4. Critical.
What the?
This man attempted to assault the envoy, and then a bolt came flying out of nowhere.
How bad is the injury? Are you okay, sir?
It is deep into his back. It was a 4. He is bleeding heavily. It was a good shot, all things considered.
Oh shit, is someone around?
This bandage will slow the bleeding, but you better get your surgeon.
Where might Soma be? I can run and get him.
Lad, get Soma.
Get Soma right now.
He's be at his shop.
Or in the tavern.
Come on, let's go.
Keep pressure around the shaft, otherwise he will bleed out. This is near his spine.
Master Dwarf, could you assist in this?
Yeah.
I thought for sure I was
going to see how effective the bandage will be. For the time being, it is a 6. It is not a crit failure, but it is clearly seeping through the bandage fairly quickly. It's not staunching the flow. He will need direct assistance
not going
very
to lie
soon.
to you.
Is everything alright?
This bandage is not going to be enough.
You see a bolt in the back of this man, them wrapping him
No, it doesn't look like it.
around a bandage.
No, it's not.
Here's Soma now.
Oh, Soma. Oh, shit. All right, out of the way.
Flip him over.
Don't flip him over. He has
Flip
a
him
bolt
over.
on
Quickly,
his
I need to know
back.
where the arrow is.
He has a bolt on his back, directly to the spine. I'm holding the bandage in place.
Shit.
Shit, Lieutenant, what happened?
You are not helping. Back off.
All right, I'll get to work on it. Bolt already out.
No, it's in there and it's wedged.
Shit. All right.
That's a very severe blow.
Yeah, no, that's straight into the fucking spine. All right. We're gonna have to take it out before I can start on trying to see if I can bandage him up. Here we are. All right, I'm gonna have to use a scalpel, open the wound up a little bit more so that we can quickly and efficiently pull it out.
Don't get involved.
Anyone not involved with the incident, disperse.
Sir, Master Aldo, I would leave this to the surgeon for
All
the
right.
moment. And
My good friend, you're gonna have to breathe for me. The bolt is in there and it's in there good. I need to make the wound bigger. I was here when it happened. More efficiently, instead of it killing me.
then speak with
You ready?
I'm going to walk back with you to make sure you make it there without another incident.
I'm all right, Captain. I'm already within the Noble District. Thank you.
No, I got it. I've got it, Captain. I must apologize.
I'm all right, Lieutenant. Please return to your post. I am already here.
Very well.
I appreciate your intervention. Thank you.
Of course. I hope that your stay in Adric was a pleasant one.
A couple silver to cover the boy's expenses. It is not his fault. Please do not charge him. I will not be reporting.
Very well.
Yeah, tomorrow.
How'd it go? A man tried to fucking stab me, and somebody shot a crossbow bolt and killed him. Or almost killed him.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I saw Solus run in.
As soon as you can,
Mission accomplished.
as soon as you can, we're getting everyone ready for the that big module.
Fuck yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
Bruns, there's actually
need you for
something
that.
else that we need to talk about real quick. Other room.
Okay. Where you at?
DM room. Let's go. So, King really wants his legs to be fixed. Like really fucking wants his
Is
legs
this something
to be
we
fixed.
should be
So
talking
he's-
about on stream?
No, you should probably mute yourself. I'm gonna mute myself too.
Brock, did you save the world?
Probably.
Saving the world.
Rock,
One
save
Imperial
the
at a time.
world.
Oh.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
As soon as I saw that, though, I was like, he's aiming for me. I was like,
if I miss and I hit you instead, I was like, oh god.
I was
that could
really
be
hoping
so
for a
bad. I was like,
fiver
fuck
blow. You miss,
Yeah.
and it hits him.
Well, I
With an actual one. You missed
I was
your
protecting
intended
you.
target. You hit
No,
the
I know,
elbow
that's what I was
straight in
talking
the
about.
eye.
His other eye.
His good eye. Okay, yeah. His good eye. His good eye. Oh, God. Even it out.
Everyone's missing an eye these days.
Balanced.
The officer's missing an eye. Osgood's missing an eye. The dwarf I'm going to be playing tomorrow is missing an eye, which is
Everyone's missing eyes.
saying he's actually
No
only
eyes
militia
for
level.
anyone.
It's time for the biggest thing.
Alright guys, let's talk more getting in position.
Get, how many people do you have involved? I feel like you should have far more
Going to bed.
NPCs than this.
Yeah, we should.
If you want more,
I will call them.
I can do
Okay, now
literally
talk.
any of the above.
Hang on.
Where the
Yeah.
fuck is...
We're gonna.
I need all available
we're gonna take a
NPCs
poll
in the
as soon as we
NPC
people get-
spawn room. I need all available NPCs in the NPC spawn room. Largest event of the night. Please come help make it run. NPC spawn room, please. Go ahead and drop down to
This
NPC
thing's
2.
disgustingly century.
Drop down to NPC 2.
Oh, that might quick. Yeah.
Ziggy, you are listed as one of the servants, so yes, one of the peasant models, one of the ones that has half decent clothing.
He's in the sky.
So not one of the shit ones.
Or
Yes, those are.
Is this one
those
fine?
are all fine. Those are all fine.
Is that
Those are
fine,
all
yes?
fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Putting on some
Let's go,
hair.
folks. I need you an NPC too. Let's go. Break away from what you're doing. Needed from Maple's module.
Just tell me where you want me and I'll be there.
Yeah, stand out in front of it, please. Thank you, sir. There's gonna be a lot more people than this.
Hey, how you
I'm gonna
doing?
go check how many rounds.
I know there were some NPCs
How you
in the
doing?
tavern.
Oh god.
How you doing?
Alright, it's time to change hair because everyone has the same fucking hair.
I have different hair, thank you very much. I have Italian hair.
Oh, Quentin! Quentin, yep, Quentin.
Close, not quite.
No, it was Quentin. No, you
Quintilian.
told me Quentin. No, Quentin is what
Quintos.
I am calling you.
Quickly, NPCs, please.
No, it's Quentin. It's Quentin.
Fucking loser has a name like Okay, Miss Sabersath.
Hey, thank you. Yes. Yeah, no, Quentin. That's a name in a TV show called The Magician. So you're called Quentin now. Anyways.
No, not Quintus. Quintus.
Is it going to be possible for
You're Quintus?
You're
Okay, I'll try to
Gabriel
remember it.
make contact with Damacia today, or will
I have been waiting for you to pop in and tell me you're ready all day.
Understood. I will be heading to the Grove to
Well,
do that.
at the moment, I'm now running Maple's module.
Got it. But I will be ready for that whenever you want.
Days. What on earth transpired here?
I feel like that'll be fun. Yeah, there's a lot more females in here than last time I checked.
NPCs, you can either be with Maple, or wherever he put you.
The model Church is wearing. Grab the model Church is wearing right now. Oh.
Church? Oh, I was one of the servants. I don't know if you want that instead.
With this, in fact, I gotta go talk to the captain about that.
I know you're busy, but any update on my armor and other supplies? I had the auditor put in a word for me.
Horst.
It will still probably be more closer to nighttime. It's. If it
I'll need
is
them
done
before I
today.
go on the mission because I'm going on the caravan. I'll surely not come back alive.
Because
like
he
this.
says this, Zeke.
There's nothing wrong with my
You'll
armor.
cock your head
and
for a second, and you'll
weaponry,
say
there's
you'll
nothing strange
specifically
about them, so
ask for the
just
weapon and
please.
armor, and you'll get back to him
Can you
shortly.
please give him
Please have
that?
them
We could
delivered.
use him.
I'll
I need to keep other people alive.
specifically ask for your weapon and armor. That is what I can offer you.
And my rations as well. They're in the
Okay.
lockbox. Shouldn't have any trouble
And
doing
your
it. Look, he's in the
rations.
dresser.
Captain, just a side note. I am
What do you need
still
me,
holding
Maple?
This. It's the knife he used.
Bruns, you're going to be in the guard barracks. Horst and Liliana are going to go and fetch Cade and Vastille. They have given you a basic rundown already that there is a serious issue and a nobleman is being accused of a grave crime. This is why you've been mobilized.
Okay.
Was Imperials killed my daughter.
Okay, yeah, you folk, teleport to the village with me, please.
You have all the NPCs you need?
Getting the last one's in position.
Brunswick.
Yes.
Aldo's asking if he can keep the knife from the attack.
Over here, over here.
The fuck no, it's evidence.
Got it.
Alright, I'm gonna get into position.
Sat in that building for about 4 or 5 hours.
You what?
I have your tally for the wolves now.
You sat in front of what for 4 or 5 hours?
I was in the HQ.
Why would you do that to
I was
yourself?
waiting for people to come by. Someone had to be there so that people could write down if they were going to buy the... Which I'm
That
fine
doesn't
with.
mean you have to sit there the whole time. It's just go to people you know out of character are going and get your count from them. Why would I ever make you sit somewhere
I've got
for
them
4
all now,
hours?
though.
Be advised.
I volunteered for it, it's fine.
Tang is not going to be doing that tonight because he did not get the supplies that he needed to.
What supplies does he need?
Disguise.
There's gonna be so much shit going on right now, literal like raids, that the engineer could slip out in the confusion.
Do you want me to tell him that?
Just fucking go do it so we can go on the mission.
Okay. I'm gonna grab 2 people for Iron Wolves and they'll go get them.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. What are you, soldiers?
Disgusting. Come on.
Perfect.
Commander Oscar.
Yes, what is it?
We have tons of information that Lord Alfred might be working in the slave market.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
The nobleman Alfred has been trading in slaves.
Lord Alfred.
Yes, Lord Alfred.
But he's an upstanding citizen of the country. What do you mean?
Sir, a while back, Mr. Shilbrook, the courier, and Vestille, the seamstress, took a job for him. In this attempt on this job, they were carrying a big crate. And as they were carrying it, they decided to open it. There was a young lad inside.
A person? You're telling me that
Indeed.
there was a
And
person inside of a box? You have proof of this?
Yes. Yes, we have since secured the lad in a safe location so that Lord Alfred could not hear about this and potentially hide his tracks.
Are you sure about this? You're looking
Yes, sir.
to
Also-
point the finger at one of the more influential lords of the court here at Adwick.
Yes, sir. I've heard the lad's testimony already, but you should hear it as well.
Testimony is one thing. Witnesses and concrete evidence is another. If I arrested every single noble that's annoyed, pissed off, or hurt a peasant, we'd have no nobility left.
Well, sir, one thing we managed to get our hands on is Alfred's books and ledgers, where all his money comes from.
And what exactly am I looking at here?
We believe
You believe?
we believe that even if he makes his money, there should be trails there in those official books that we got from his maid.
What is the evidence that I'm looking at here?
The money trail, sir.
And what exactly is the money trail going to, Captain?
We believe large payments in slaves, sir.
You believe, but is there something on this ledger that reflects that?
There were should be written down there, sir. It was pointed out.
Maple.
Yeah. Liliana, I want you to head up the road to where you know that they are keeping him to go check in, because they were supposed to be here already.
What the fuck is in this book?
Sorry, what book?
This ledger of evidence.
Mabel, they delivered a ledger.
What you're looking at is a series of what you would presume to be financial ledgers, penned for one Lord Eric Alfrey. Several sections in them have been circled and underlined. There are several inconsistencies, and essentially amounts to income that was never, parts of income that were never specified, inconsistencies in the amount that he claimed he was receiving. This is the sort of stuff that would make the auditor's hair grow thin very quickly. It becomes very clear very quickly that if these are to be believed, this man has been falsifying his financial records for years.
Which is no business of mine. So where the fuck is the evidence we're talking about?
Liliana, go check them. Make sure they're getting it.
If you're expecting me to make a move based off of one person's eyewitness testimony, a peasant no less, to arrest a lord based off of a ledger with a nobleman lying about his income like all fucking nobles, I can't do anything about that.
We have multiple witnesses, so just hold on.
Are any of these witnesses able to provide me hard evidence, or is it just verbal?
Well, the lad himself also saw Lord Alfred and his butler selling people off previously. That's why he was sold off. Going to be sold.
But do we have proof, Captain? That isn't just someone verbally saying as such. You let me know when you find out. I'll be here. I hope this is isn't what they consider evidence enough to arrest a fucking lord. Dear God. Even Osgood waited till he had fucking 5+ testimonies. No, 8+, because it was people from Ledford. And even then it was stuff that was said by fucking lords and nobles and people of notable fucking cause.
Hi.
And who is this?
My name is Yule.
This is the witness.
This is the one that was in the box.
Why are there so many people in here?
Protecting him?
They're in the barracks, they're safe. You may go now. Thank you.
Alright.
Could I perhaps fetch the other servant girl? She's the one who knows him.
Captain Host, it is the guards and soldiers who should be rounding up the civilians involved and those with testimony, not other civilians.
I am also one. I was the one that helped open the box and found him inside.
They're all people involved, sir.
And I will speak to them one at a time. If there are other people who need to come talk,
Let's step out. Come on.
escort them.
Very well.
Captain, Commander, Lieutenant, thank you.
What is your name?
I'm Yule. Yule.
Yule. And what is it that you know that I need to know?
Well, I worked, for Lord Alfred for about 2 years, and, well, I saw him taking people as slaves who worked for him, and I tried to get out after I learned that, and the butler saw me, and he caught me, and he put me in a box, and they were gonna sell me as a slave, and then the box was apparently getting carried by the big lady and the guy with the spiky hair outside, and they stopped and actually opened up the box, and I was in it, and then they were deciding whether or not to actually deliver me to people who I guess were slavers, and then the big lady was like, let's give him a nail and put him back in the box, and I didn't want to go in the box. They said, please don't put me in the box, and so they finally, the guy with the spiky hair decided to let me go, and I ran to Fair Hollow, and that was pretty much it. Lord Alfred is taking people as slaves who will work for him, and he is conning them. And, well, somebody I really like a lot, whose name is Ariel, is working for him, and I think she might be next.
What is your full name?
It's just Yule. I don't have any other name past that.
Where do you
Sorry.
come from, Yule? What is your standing in society or your job?
Well, I was a servant to Lord Alfred for about just kind of general labor. I was a servant to Lord Alfred for about 2 years. Before that, I just kind of worked.
Are you able to offer me anything, such as hard evidence, other than just verbal testimony?
Everything that happened to me, I got put in a box. They got put in a box.
Are you able to offer me hard evidence other than testimony?
No,
Is there anything else that I need to know about this Lord Alfred?
Nothing else besides what I told you. I mean, he seems like a nice guy, but I think he's been selling people as slaves for a while, and I just was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's why I got put in a box.
Right, well, thank you for your information, Yule. You may see yourself out.
I mean, he's gonna, if Alfred knows I said anything, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna have me killed.
I understand. Go back to wherever your safe place is.
Okay,
I'll bring in the next one.
Greetings, Commander.
Greetings, courier.
Mr. Shilbrook.
I've been told you have information that you can offer me.
I do. If I were to give you the story A while back, both Visteel and myself, the seamstress, we accepted what seemed to be an easy contract from the Iron Walls. It was a delivery contract on behalf of this man, this noble. Pick up a box and take it to the merchants that were going to pick it up over by the lake. It was a very heavy box. As we exited the walls of Adwick and everything grew quieter, we could hear scuffling within. We were instructed strictly not to open it, but naturally, after we grew concerned about the contents, we did took a peek, and that's when this man jumped out. This man named Yule. We told him to flee, and then there were a series of slavers out by the lake. We had a confrontation with them. Pulled out a fake slaver coin. This was on them. Afterwards, we tried to...
Fake silver. Why would slavers have fake silver? Are they slavers
I
or
don't know.
counterfeiters?
I was told they had fake coins on them, and then one was given to me. Or a slaver coin, whatever it was. At any rate, it's there, whatever it is. Regardless, afterwards we tried to make it seem like this individual escaped, got away, and save our own necks. And unfortunately, because the job was botched, I put a mark on my record as delivering them as a courier. But afterwards, we were approached again by this man in earnest, and he told us both that he had some more work for us, and that if we did the work he wanted, that things could be considered water under the bridge, and we can move on from this whole mess. And he said not to alert the guards, not to talk to them about it, because it would be useless. He did indeed have guardsmen around him. I suspect some of those from noble quarters, maybe ones he had in his pocket, I don't know, but it was enough to dissuade us from speaking too much of it. Afterwards, did a bit of work for him. It was very honest work, delivering sands over to the church. Then afterwards, he invited me out to the Lord's hunting ground to go find a prize buck, as he put it, with the rest of his retinue. After some time of being out there in the woods, he told all the others to leave us alone for it. I felt maybe it was a sign of good faith, like I could trust him or something, or he trusted me. I suspect it's because he didn't want what he had to say next to fall on the ears of those around him, including his servant girl, Ariel, who I've been speaking with as well. He told me that I was being given 4 days, both the seamstress and I, to secure another, what was the code name, prize buck, to replace the one that we had so horribly lost. We were given 4 days to do so, or else his reputation, as he put it, would come down on our heads. I managed to, with the help of a few friends, find the man that was kidnapped and had escaped. After speaking with the servant girl, Ariel, for some time, it became clear to me that she was not in the know of what her lord was doing.
No, because you're not
And that
present.
this Yule, apparently, is someone that she'd been working alongside for 2 years until he suddenly disappeared. Apparently, he stumbled across something he shouldn't have heard when the good lord was doing business. And then he got sent off. Some things did add up to me. I recognize he's a well-liked man around Adwick.
He is more than a well-liked
He does lots
man.
of work.
He is one of the more influential lords in the court, and for you to say something like this is completely outside of his character. Do you have any physical evidence outside of testimony you can offer me, Mr. Shilbrook?
Any physical evidence outside of those who were involved? There was the papers that I handed off to you, records from his...
I looked at
from his
ledgers, and
work.
all that's here is gaps in what is recorded income and such, something that all piece of shit nobles do. But there is nothing there that proves that he was buying and selling slaves. I need hard evidence, Shilbrook. Do you have something you can give me?
Beyond the testimony of those who were involved in the actual man who was kidnapped himself, I don't have anything else physical to give.
Not even the order from the Iron Wolves.
It was well, how should we put it, well fabricated and well crafted, so that it wouldn't come back down on their heads. We already attempted that, if you recall.
Understand, Mr. Shilbrook, that this Lord Alfrey is very well known inside of the court, not just of Adwick, but Ireland. He served King Aelis, and he serves King Gavis. And now I'm supposed to approach him and arrest him. And I have no hard evidence. Forgive me from the way that it sounds, but if I arrested every single nobleman that 5 or 6 peasants came forward and said they did something, there'd be no nobles left.
I'm aware of this, yes.
Now the law is all that matters to me, and if you can prove to me that the law was broken, I will take action, but I need something a bit more than circumstantial evidence.
Trying to think of what else we could find, other than everything that... and the relationship between the servant girl and the servant who was indeed offered up to slavers and kidnapped.
You work for the Iron Wolves, do you not?
I do, yes.
Get me a copy of their ledgers.
I can do that. I'll be back shortly.
You want me to send in the next one, sir?
Aye, send in the next. Name.
Ariel.
Ariel, I've been told that you have information that you need to give to me. What is it? You can start by telling me your full name and your occupation.
My full name is Ariel Dathina. I am the head maid
Ledgers have been
of Lord
requested. Do I
Alfred.
have approval to give them a copy?
The head maid of? Yes, you do.
My Lord Alfred.
So you are the head maid for Lord Alfred, currently or former?
Currently.
And does he know you're here?
At the door.
No.
Captain Orst, you are able to give
He
him
thinks
his weapon
something-
and armor.
He thinks something that was lost is being
and
returned to me.
rations. I see. What exactly do you need to tell me about Lord Alfred?
What I've known about him up to this point, he's always been a very gracious and generous man, donating many large amounts of money to both Adwick and to the church.
Iron Wolves send the regards.
I never
Continue,
questioned
just a
where that
moment.
money might be coming from. But as of recently, he's been tasking myself and other servants and maids to find refugees for live-in servants.
Refugees? Now why would the Lord want refugees as servants? That doesn't make sense. Continue.
I thought he was doing it as a charity. Now I'm not so sure.
Then what do you think he's doing it for, Ariel?
I've never known you, my friend, to be one to lie. But there's also people that I've been bringing in that I have not seen days after.
Ariel, is there anything that could be considered hard evidence that you could give to me other than verbal testimony? Something that incriminates this act? A note, a letter?
When I was looking through the ledgers, I remember hearing some straight noises from upstairs. He never allows any of us into his bedroom. I fear something might be there.
If I may. Upon the conversation we had earlier, he expects a delivery to be made tonight. He said we would meet a series of men by the hills by the farm.
By the hills by the farm.
Someone to make an exchange outside the walls of Adwick.
So you're telling me, Ariel, that if I go into the Noble District and search Lord Alfrey's estate, that I will find hard evidence that is irrefutable that he is helping a slaving operation?
I don't know. I don't want to believe it.
You either know or you don't. If I march up there and I arrest this lord, will I find evidence or not? Because if it turns out there's none, the people defaming him will be the ones to hang.
Yes.
You're willing to put your life on the line for that?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you can offer me? Anything else you need to tell me before I let you depart and make my decision?
No. No. Nothing else.
Then return about your day. Act like nothing has happened, and I will soon make my choice.
Get Miss Steel ready.
Fucking spare me.
Thank you, Commander.
At the very least, so we could at least check out this drop by the farm.
That's my intent. If Lord Alfrey really is doing such a thing, we will accompany these people out there, we will make our arrests, and we will have the evidence we need.
She's sitting inside.
What?
The still.
What about?
You told her.
Are you alright, Lieutenant?
Sorry, voice in my head. Sometimes I can't hear what people are saying at times.
Where is Vestille?
I agree.
I take the Dust never told you guys about this, eh? Never to go ahead.
About what?
Well, he told me that if there was anyone bothering me and preventing me from doing my work, then to let them know. So I told them the thing about Alfie and whatnot, and now that Alfie was wanting me to conduct human trafficking, and then he told me to go along with it for now until he comes up with a solution, just like to please him, so I can keep going back to work. But I guess he didn't tell you, so then I guess that's new to you. So we'll have to kind of start over from the beginning, won't we?
What is it that you need me to know about Lord Alfred?
To back up on Cade's story, which I hope you told. We were hired by through the Iron Wolves to move a package to merchants, we were told, at the outskirts of town. We found out later that that package contained a person, a servant that was cast aside after he learned what Alfie was doing, trafficking. And so we freed that slave, or would-be slave. And then we were beat up by the merchant thugs that were waiting for us when we didn't have the package. Afterwards, Alfie then went and threatened my assistant, almost had her killed, had her kidnapped maybe twice. All to, I don't know, send a message that he can do what he wants unless we give him some kind of repayment. So he started having us do these little jobs for him. He had me carry around a bag of some unknown thing for about 3 days. And then now he wanted us to find a new slave for him, basically, and box it up in the crate that is outside the store. And then deliver it to more merchants at the end of town.
More merchants? So there is a drop-off point tonight, is that the case?
There is a drop-off point. I was suggesting that perhaps the guard can go plainclothes or something, or be hiding as we deliver a fake parcel.
Nearby, out of sight. If this is the sort of proof that can be given, then I will be able to make my move. But not a moment before.
We could do that.
Right.
They're expecting it tonight, so we could, well, after these talks, and if you talk to her, we can go out and do that. I don't think there's a time frame specifically.
Then we will hurry.
So.
Or send in the next one. Stand by, Vestile, outside.
Got it, David.
This is a fucking mess. I'm supposed to go off of the testimony of 5-6 peasants who have no way for me to verify their words. An absolute nightmare of a fucking investigation.
I'm afraid I have not much else to offer. I can tell you my side of the story. It'll be less than most.
I
saw Cade and Vestile. Alright.
Do you have any physical, hard evidence that you can give me to incriminate this Lord Alfred other than the word of 5 or 6 peasants?
There is perhaps still remnants of a broken box that the animal broke into that held the child. But there is nothing hard evidence that we have.
Understand that Lord Alfred is a very well-known, well-respected lord inside of King Gavus's court. For me to arrest him, I must have a damn good reason. Otherwise, myself and everyone who encouraged this face the block, not Lord Alfred.
Aye.
Is there anything at all that you can give me? I've got a ledger that reflects the same thing that almost every noble does. They lie about their finances to avoid paying proper taxes. I'd hand that in, you'd get a slap on the wrist. I've got something here from the Iron Wolves, reprimanding Mr. Shilbrook for a botched delivery, something of the sort. And eyewitness testimony of peoples whose reputations I cannot verify. I need something. If he's broken the law, he
In his
will
ledgers.
face me.
Does he refer to prize bucks by chance?
That has been thrown past
That's
me
what
a
he
few
called the
times.
slab. Alright. I do not know anything else I can offer.
I'm going to be honest with you, Ursa, I believe.
Aye.
The information that I have here is circumstantial at best. It would warrant an investigation. Now, there is one hope, however. I have been told that this Lord Alfred expects a delivery tonight outside the walls. Do you know anything about that?
I know it is same location as previous.
Captain Horst. Actually,
Yes,
Lieutenant.
sir.
Stay here, Horst. Lieutenant, bring in
Yes, sir.
everyone else that worked with this woman.
Very well.
Captain Horst, how many guards do we have on hand?
5 or 6 active that aren't on the walls right now, sir.
I'm going to need them. Get them outside the barracks. All that matters to me is that the law is upheld in this city. And I mean it when I say I don't care if they are a peasant, and I don't care if they are a fucking lord. If they are breaking the king's law, I will bring them to the hangman myself. But I need proof. I need proof because this lord is known as being benevolent and kind, and he has been very supportive of the war effort. To be completely honest with you, there are probably going to be a few nobles to turn their nose up at it, because this money is going into the war itself.
And I understand. What is a child or two when you get support like that?
It is breaking the law, that's what it is.
Aye.
So, are you three expected to make this drop tonight?
I think it would just.
The
be
two of
night,
us are.
but I
Yes.
don't know if VSI is expected at all.
Then
Yes,
I
it was
want you to go with them and carry this box. This is what's going to happen. Where is this drop-off point that you're meeting these people?
At the hill behind the farm.
One of you will bring a torch so their eyes are focused on you. Myself and 5 soldiers will be nearby. You will make this meeting. You will make contact with these supposed slavers that work for Lord Alfred. When it is that you have made contact and they are talking to you and ready to inspect the box and you have their attention, you will wave said torch. We will come over and we will arrest them. And I hope that there is proof on these men, or that they will be made to talk. That is the best that I can do. If I find sufficient evidence both in their testimony as well, or whatever they have on them, I might be able to arrest Lord Alfred tonight. But that won't be without a fight. He has his own retinues, but you let me worry about that. Get your box, go stand outside.
Alright.
Lieutenants, help the captain getting the men ready.
Very well, Commander.
And so it begins. We will see if this lord is as dirty as they say. And if he is, there will be hell to pay.
You want it to be more next time.
I just hope you can make it.
Is there still rocks by the?
Let out the escort. Do you want to go for a ride?
Suggest don't come over here. Don't.
No, don't.
Commander?
It's just us.
We've got work to do, lads.
I got one at least. No.
Go and hand off the torch. We won't be using one. Are you gonna be alright? Hand it off to the courier.
We will be carrying the torch.
No, not for us.
We'll find out.
Although,
The
are there
courier.
still rocks by the blacksmith?
Are we to arms, Commander?
Once we go over and make our arrest, we will be. I'll fill you in more when we are outside the walls.
Aye, sir.
If this leads to what I think it is, I will get the warden before we make our next move. Lieutenant, you're coming with me. Right.
I'm your
Ursa.
commander.
Hey.
We will be staying down behind some of the buildings in the village. We will keep an eye on the torch. When you need us and you've made contact, have it waved. We will be there in seconds.
Understood.
Go.
All right.
Already, sir.
Soldiers, give them a bit of distance, and then we will follow them out.
Aye, Commander.
If this turns out
On
to
your
be
way,
what
Commander.
I think it is, I will be furious.
Where'd your cape go, by the way? Little hood.
Forward march. Follow loosely.
We will travel through the refugee area. When they are in position and they made contact with these slavers, they will wave the torch like so. We will approach at top speed, weapons out, and we will make our arrests. You will take them to the guard barracks immediately. Find me the evidence I need, be it testimony or something on their persons. And if we have what we need, we will move to arrest Lord Alfred. Be aware that the Lord has a very high standing in Ireland. He will have a retinue and his own soldiers. He will probably not come quietly.
I wouldn't expect that much. I wouldn't expect much else, to be quite honest.
Brunswick, be aware the engineering structures work soon.
Understand this, in case you hesitate to arrest the Lord of Ireland. If he is involved in the slave trade, The only people anywhere near us that are buying slaves is the Empire. Bear that in mind.
Quite.
Aye, Commander.
And no one is above the law.
No one at all.
I'll cover our rear.
Get ready. Keep an eye on that torch. As soon as we get up there, you move to surround whoever they're meeting with. Swords drawn. Now, move! With me.
Go.
Alright, I'll come over.
Oh,
You don't fucking move. You're all under arrest.
Drop your weapons right
Drop
now.
your weapons on the ground or get cut down. Drop your weapon or die. Your choice. 5, 4.
From behind. Almost strike to them.
Do not kill them.
Stay down, you.
Soldiers, grab every last one of them.
No response.
Yes, Commander.
So I'll make something very
Yes,
clear
sir.
and easy for you. Do you know who I am, lad?
Get your ass up. Let's go.
There's a slight problem.
My name is Leonard Osgood. I'm the commander here of every last soldier in Adwick. You are involved in something that goes much, much deeper than you ever thought you would be. And the only exit for you is the hangman's noose, unless you give me an answer that I need. Why are you here, and who do you buy from?
We're here from some cargo. We're here for just cargo.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
We're here for the cargo, and that's it.
Oh, I know what the cargo is. So you can tell me now, or you can hang. That is the only option I'm giving you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take them all to the barracks. They'll be hanged tonight.
Alright, fine.
Wait.
We're here to pick up... We're just here to pick up people. That's all we're doing.
Pick up people. People in boxes, you mean?
Trade that man over there. Get the box.
And who do you buy
Not
from?
illegal where we're from. Buy from it. Fine.
Speak up, man.
Yeah, a
My
nice
impatience is
A
growing.
fancy man in the city.
A fancy man in the
Some
city by
fancy
the
man
name
in the
of
city.
what? Give me a fucking name.
Look, all I know is his name is Eric. That's it.
Eric Alfred. Soldiers, take these men to the barracks. They'll be given a fair trial. They'll be let off a little bit easier, but they will get a trial nonetheless. Hurry up, get them in cells and meet me outside the barracks now. We have to move quickly.
Go! You heard him. Check on that lad.
You, guard, take this man. I need to carry that
He's
body.
just unconscious. And maybe bleeding.
Come on, you.
Soldiers, let's go. As soon as they're put in cells, meet me outside the front of the barracks.
Yeah. I got
Hi,
this.
Commander.
Don't worry.
What about this? The knocks out line.
To within an inch of his life, he is bound and gagged. And
Bring
is
him
unconscious.
within the
He
city.
requires
He
immediate
needs
medical
treatment.
He is dying.
I recognize him. He was one of Alfrey's recent hires. Ariel was going around as she was instructed. Looking
We
for
don't
the
have
hire.
time to
He was
talk.
one of the
On
recent.
my chest.
Hey, sir.
Just informing you.
Bring that one to the barracks. I'll have one of the soldiers or a medic look at him. Do it quickly. The rest of you go outside the barracks as well. I will need you to identify people in the Noble District. Double time it. Let's go.
Kate, can you help me with this crate?
Yes, sir.
On the commander.
Eric fucking Alfrey. You have beguiled the people of this country, and you have lied to your king. I will see you pay for this. I don't care if you need to pick them up like fucking potato sacks. Double time. Get to the fucking barracks.
Pushes you.
Move your ass. Let's go.
Move, you piece of shit.
Move! Come on! You'd run faster in training! Shoves again.
I'm moving. I was making sure you were behind me.
You don't need to make sure.
Captain Horst,
Yes, sir.
get me the warden.
Yes, sir.
He will be coming with me to the Noble District.
Yes, sir.
Alright, lads, go peacefully. You might get a lighter sentence. So.
Get them in their
That's the idea.
cells and come back out quickly. Deposit that one in the back room. I'll have one of the surgeons look at him.
Aye.
I cannot tell you how I seethe with fucking rage. Lord Alfrey is a traitor. King Aelys would be turning over in his fucking grave if he knew that the most benevolent benefactor of our kingdom has been a traitor this whole time.
Quite.
Tell the surgeon to come over here.
Stop being slow, just...
Alright.
Stand by, Ursa.
I'm about to go to sleep too. Alright, good
Aye.
thing.
Bruns?
Commander?
Surgeon. I'm going to ask that you accompany my people up into what they are doing. They may be wounded and I need someone on site that's able to treat them. Stay in the back line, do not start fighting. Don't get involved in anything you shouldn't. But I need a surgeon on hand. Are you willing?
I am willing.
Good. Stand by. Yes.
It's getting a little late for me. Do you still need me for today?
So.
I can't hear you.
It's getting a little late for me. Do you still need me for that module today?
If you're confident in giving her the conversation she needs without my involvement, yes. I got caught up in doing a module for Maple.
Okay, yeah, if it's just what's in the
Send this
episode
out,
planning to
Commander.
relate to her and ask her for information, I'm cool with that.
Then you can just go near her invisible and start talking to her, and you initiated the contact, checking on her.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right.
I'm going to be going where the commander wants me to go at this point.
Come here, soldiers.
Right, come on.
That surgeon stays in the back line. Anyone who's there who's injured that we may find there or in the ensuing fight to come, he is to treat. Understand that Lord Alfrey is well liked and well funded. He will probably have a retinue. That is going to be our problem. Ensure that no harm comes to the Lord himself. The retinue can be disposed of if they do not throw down their arms. Is that clear?
Yes, Commander.
Yes, sir.
Shilbrook, Ursa, keep the surgeon safe, and I'm going to need you to be able to identify anyone there so they stop any chance of them escaping as either a prisoner or a slave.
Right.
Do not get yourself in the middle of the fray in this. I need you to be able to identify people. Shh. Weapons out. If they try to barricade the door, Warden, you will break it down. Forward. Double time.
Forward march. Double time. Be ready for anything.
Yes, stand ready.
Halt. Which house belongs to the esteemed Lord Alfrey?
The house on the left, just before.
Just before the turn.
A reminder. There is nobody in Ireland that deals in slaves, and slavery is illegal. Which means that Lord Alfrey is selling to the Empire. Which means he is a traitor. Warden, open this fucking door.
Make way.
The door comes off its hinges.
In now!
What in the world?
Oh my god.
What the fuck is this?
Everyone here is under arrest.
Lord Eric
Under arrest?
Alfrey, you are under arrest for treason.
Of course.
What?
Excuse me.
For treason?
On what grounds?
Treason?
No, you don't.
Put down your sword, son.
For reason, we'll have to put it down.
Oh, dear.
Stay?
Now, everyone. I'm sure we can reach a perfectly fine accord.
Lord Elric
Come on,
Alfrey,
that's good.
you have had ledgers that have been recovered from your place of residence that show your buying and selling of people of innocence. In the very least, you have not reported your funds to the Crown, which is an arrestable offence even for the nobility. On top of this, on top of these testimonies, there were individuals waiting outside of the city, individuals waiting for a slave to be dropped off to them. They identified you by name. A fancy man by the city.
Well, I'm not so sure I know anything about that.
Then I'm sure you will come
But these
quietly for the
ledgers-
investigation, my lord.
Well, I assure you there's no need for any investigation.
That is not for you
After
to
all,
decide,
if
it
these
is for
are-
me to decide. You are not the commander here, I am. Captain, take Lord Eric Alfrey into custody. Now.
Being that as it may, I...
If it goes any further and this woman dies.
Good. And that means I will have all the grounds I need to make sure that this lord is put into jail for a very long time.
Now, please.
Do me a favour,
do not
sir, and
harm.
prove my point.
Do not harm her, please. There is no
I
need
would
for
put
it.
down that fish
I'm sure
pan
there is
and
nothing
fish.
to be concerned about. If I could but see these ledgers, I could probably clear everything up.
You are under
After all,
arrest, my lord. We will speak
pay
about
more
it
than
once
my
you are
fair
in a cell.
share.
Pokes the fish and slips out of your hand.
Warden, take the lord into custody. Now I'm finished speaking.
Yes, Commander.
With an 8.
Stay back, sir.
attempt is
Stay
made.
back.
It is sloppy, and she falls to the ground bleeding.
Grab every last person in this household.
Try to stab me. Do not.
Take him into custody now. Do not kill them if you can help it.
These enemies prove to be well trained. They should have put up a fight.
Take these people into custody. He'll provide medical aid to whoever he can.
DM, I'm gonna test something here.
Go.
Using my major edge, I'm gonna attempt
Agility,
to
go up
run
the railing. Go for it.
To the other side. There we go.
Blade, the soldier is parried, struck, and thrown back by the thug.
A bit of space here, Lieutenant.
Combined efforts of the lieutenant and the courier push this enemy.
You're outmatched, son. Put down your blade. You're going to die. Put your blade down so you don't have to.
I'd rather die for the Lord.
Very well. That's why I wear gauntlets.
Grabs something off the table and throws it into the commander's eyes. Aye.
Son!
You best give up that.
I'm going to attempt something here.
Drop your weapon. Down.
Jump the Mordau in.
You notice how big
Arrested.
his are.
With the Mordau in.
This is a difficult maneuver, and this is above your training level, so this is going to be coming at a penalty of -2. You need a 10 or you need 11 or higher to succeed.
Gotcha. What about
For an
his
11
major edge?
-2, a
He's
9,
nimble
you are
stuff.
going. Oh, true.
His
that's
major's
nimble,
agility.
right. That's applicable. That's applicable here. In that case, you will succeed.
Alright, you will succeed, and he's going right for his head with it.
closer, I would be slicing this one's throat.
You know what, yeah.
So,
Yes,
jumping
roll for
down
it,
and
and this
driving
roll
the
for a
Mordau
d20.
in
In
right to
circumstance,
this guy's
he
head.
will be able to hit you faster than you can react.
Gotcha. So that's the Mordau end right into the head.
Continue clearing the house. Take them to the barracks. They are under arrest.
Commander, noises can be heard from the bedroom.
What the fuck is that?
He's not alive.
You find people gaunt, bound, and gagged.
What the...
By Mithrax.
Give me your hand.
They're
Come
strong
on.
enough to walk.
I've got you. I'm your fee. Come on. Who are you and what are you doing here? You're safe now. Tell me what you're doing here.
What? How keeps us here, beats us, hangs us, makes us do it.
Most of my soldiers are busy. Do me a favour. Take these people down to the barracks so they can be looked over, questioned, and then brought somewhere safely.
Understood.
Captain!
Well enough to walk.
I want a detachment of men sent to this fucking house. I want it turned upside down. Every single drawer, every single desk. I want to know what this traitorous piece of dog shit was up to.
Yes, sir. I'll have a detachment of men up here as soon as we finish putting away the prisoners.
Make sure that those who were killed are actually dead so there's no surprises. Take down any personal effects or identification. You're not stealing wine, are you?
No, I'm drinking it. The wine bottle stays here.
Don't look.
Commander, down in the basement, you would find, for the most part, little that you would not expect from a noble's estate. Tools, cleaning supplies, an area for cooking. However, towards the back of the building, you also find a series of what seem to be weapons. Nothing particularly special, but it's odd that a nobleman would keep weapons in their house.
Whatchamacallit?
Double check them, make sure they're both dead.
I guess we'll roll on it later.
He's barely still alive, but he is bleeding out. He is not.
One here.
Get them seen by the surgeons and medics, quickly.
Rolling for both of them. 15, and for the thug, 11. They're
Not out here.
Oh.
Over by the
see.
barracks. It's not safe here currently.
Aye.
They might have more
Understood.
focus around here.
Pick her up,
Here,
quickly.
Aye.
I'll take this lad.
There we go.
Captain, anyone injured that I need to attend to?
There are several on the inside who are near death.
Bleeding.
Captain, escort him in, please.
Alright. It's a good thing I'm so strong.
Thank you.
That's okay. You are welcome.
One
You are
got away,
kind
Commander.
and you deserve it.
Got away. Who got away?
One of the servants. The one that spilled holes in my fucking eyes. They took a dagger off of the counter of the guard office.
Shit. All
Went
right.
out the front.
Let all the soldiers on the walls know. Spread to the sergeants of the guard. We'll keep an eye out for them. Well done.
Aye, Commander.
Is there anyone left in the house?
Yes. Get yourself seen by the surgeon, soldier.
Aye, Commander.
Take a seat.
Have you been here this whole time?
I didn't know if my character was healed yet or if I should respond, so I just sat here.
You can go do something. You don't have to stay here.
I tackled him to the ground. Nicely done.
Then put him in his cell.
Come on.
Enjoy your Ian friend who tried to run as well.
Here.
Lord
Did
Ulrich
you join
Ulfred.
the other runaway?
Yes, Commander.
Upon searching your residence, more slaves were found bound and gagged, ready to be transported to the same very people that we have arrested early in the woods. I will not lie to you.
He had this dagger on him.
Your evidence
Very
stacked
well.
against you is in totality. The best thing that you can do is help us rat out the other people involved in this. Because maybe in any other city you would have walked away because of your status and nobility. But I will see you hang.
I can assure you, sir, it is all simple misunderstanding. I'm sure we can speak about when things are a bit more pleasant.
This is where you will be remaining until the investigation is concluded and a trial is brought before the magistrate. And myself. Because the selling of slaves is now a matter of national security, as the only people who share a border with us, who indulge in slavery, is the Empire.
But I can assure you, after your investigation and the trial, we can all laugh about this as some big, unfortunate misunderstanding one day. I know you are quite thorough, Commander.
Even now, you cling to the shreds of nobility, expecting it to keep you above the law. It will not.
I'd expect a man of your stature and your intelligence to understand what is right.
This one has a bit of blood on it.
Yes, there were soldiers and thugs and such upstairs that tried to kill the hostages. And the people that were going to be sold. Thankfully, most of them spoke, and a lot of them have information to give forward. You'd be surprised how many of them are willing to talk when they know that the noose waits for them in the morning. We have all the evidence we need.
Aye.
I will speak to the magistrate and take care of things soon. Aye, yes, you will all hang.
Understood.
I will let you know what comes next.
What?
I will bring these stairs as evidence.
There'll be other things that also need to be brought forth inside of the estate itself. Trust me when I say the soldiers will be busy most of the night pulling out what we need.
I understand.
Hopefully the fear will make some of them talk.
Like something to drink, some water, maybe.
Commander.
Please. Oh, good idea. Yeah. Please.
Shilbrook,
Aye.
have you ever been inside of Alfrey's estate before this day?
Before this day, I have.
giving you water.
Yes.
I'm going to have limited time to collect as much evidence as possible. Right now, my soldiers that I deem are loyal are keeping watch on the premises. I understand that most of you will be departing, and hopefully back in a few days. Upon your return, I would ask that you assist my soldiers in looking for any sort of evidence inside of the estate.
I can do. This venture that they're all taking with the caravan and will be arriving. Well, I'll be leaving a bit later than most. If you need help tonight or tomorrow, I should be around to assist.
Very well, so be it. And that is what we will do. I wish you luck. The roads that this caravan are traveling are very dangerous. From what I understand, there's orcs and bandits, and there have been Imperial scouting parties that have made it past the front line. You'll have your work cut out for you.
Wouldn't
Come
be
back
the first time I've crossed blades with any of them, but I'll do my best.
Try to come back to Adwick in one piece.
Do my best, Commander. Thank you.
Thank you for your help once more. The fact that Lord Alfred was able to operate underneath our noses for so long is both angering and heart-wrenching. He was very well respected by King Aelis, and even more so by his son. To know what he's actually been doing is disgusting.
Well, I thought more about it considering what happened to his family in the past.
And help with the
It didn't make too much sense to me that someone whose family has been disgraced as his would actually remain loyal to the crown as they have. Suppose.
Yeah, go with them. Soma's treating one of our lads.
Captain Host, as I said, I want a detachment of loyal soldiers to remain at that estate searching through it over the next few days. I'm going to need everything and anything. Even though we have plenty of evidence, a lord is able to weasel their way through many things, and I want to make sure that I have this rat caught in my trap.
I'm having my sergeant lead up every piece of information we can.
And if he indeed has been making these trades with the Empire as I suspected, you may be able to find more information there as well.
Well, I have a sneaking suspicion that before a certain envoy leaves tomorrow, I might be able to get something from them. As a show of good faith, maybe.
Maybe.
Either way, I wish you luck in your endeavor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fucking child.
Nice try, old chap, but I don't like nobles and I don't play their word games.
I can assure you, Commander.
I can assure you, Lord Alfred, that I will separate your head from your shoulders. Cunt.
Once all the evidence comes into play and the magistrate realizes how much money I bring in, then I'm sure he'll be more open to discussion.
I pay everything.
I pay more than my fair share of taxes, and
You do, which is why the magistrate will never hear about this.
Excuse me. Now that's treasonous.
While it is true, it could be deemed as such. Ireland is in a state of war, and during a state of war, the capital and its defenses are in the hands of the commander. And while this would fall under something to do with the law which would go to the magistrate, because you are dealing in slavery, which is only dealt with by the Empire, it is now my concern, and I have ultimate authority. Enjoy your last night alive,
I can
Alfred.
I can assure you.
Enjoy your last night alive. Man, I was so close to slicing Roach's character for dead, and he's dead now. I was like, I was the real.
He got him killed.
I got knocked out of the basis, right? And then they were like, I was forced to walk by, like, make sure they're dead. And then the horse just fucking,
Hello.
I've been found. Hello.
Hello.
I'm charging.
My charging session's over.
I gotta go out there and do Red Lady stuff when Maple's done. I'm not even close to being done.
It's 4 a.m. Everybody's out of here.
Maple told me as soon as he was done with that, he wants me to do Red Lady stuff. So I've been sitting here charging.
What the fuck? Hell no. It's over. Go to bed.
Go bed?
Yeah. Go to bed. I'm getting out of here. It's 4 a.m. This is it.
Alright.
Smooches for
Okay.
hydration from Lilith. This is from Lilith.
Hi, smooches. Alright, let me tell Maple I'm leaving then.
Yeah. It's everybody's gone. Like there's no point in doing it.
What do you mean Maple's still in that?
Everybody's gone. Look at the player list.
Okay. Alright.
Well, I didn't tell you to stab them. I said make sure the ones who are dead don't surprise us. I didn't. When I said make sure they're dead, I didn't mean murder them. I meant make sure they were dead.
He's unconscious, man.
No.
Butcher.
Butcher Volume 2.
Butcher. I'll show you a butcher, Osgood.
Oh God! Oh no! Just like that. That is the most intimidating.
See what I see.
See the void that is my soul.
Oh,
Do you want me to give you the debrief on what happened to Tang now or later?
Later. Cause I'm out of here.
Understood.
Everything's about to die. It's 4 a.m.
Oh shit, it is.
It's time to go.
Good night, my lord.
Goodbye.
Pansy.
Good night.
Good night.
He got tackled. He got tackled.
Yeah.
He got tackled good. Yeah, he got tackled and fucking beat half to death.
Yes.
Blood loss brew. So all of that.
Mwah.
Being in charge of helping with the investigation.
No, but weirdly enough, it felt like you actually burned my eyes.
Chataru.
Ben said it sucks, doesn't it?
Internet.
Yeah, it's
Ugh.
alright. You get used to it.
I'm so fucking hurt.
You want to come find me near the front gate or something?
Basically,
Give me the orders.
I mean, it's kind of like a fight. Let's go. Excuse me.
Maple, hydration, tapping out for the night. If we can push that to
No
tomorrow.
more Jenna beer? Oh shit, alright.
There's a headbutt for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for getting
Fine, I'll just be my soapman.
Wait. I'll say it in a moment.
Are you still streaming, honey?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna say it then.
Oh my God, give me a second. Chad, I have to let you go because somebody's being a bitch.
Up the conversation with Ian went well.
Oh yeah, good. I'm gonna have to review the footage so I know what the fuck was said.
Okay.
Wait, we want
My little seashell brain.
That's fine. Do I need to message you anything?
Anything that you think deviated from the conversation? Like if she said anything weird, like, "Yeah, where's my tree?" or something fucking weird like that. Alright, chat, I love you all so much. Thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate each and every last one of you guys. You're the best. I love you. Where's Lilith? Lilith, smoochies.
Have a good night.
I love you too, baby girl.
Night to everyone.
Thank you for hanging out during the stream. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, Chataru. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Have a wonderful time.
My character gets.
If I could afford more controllers, I'd be able to stay on more, and then I'd bother putting my batteries on my fucking shit.
Temporary job.
Bye.
Well, I barely talked to you, and I'm gonna be gone now. I'll probably die.
Well, no, on Thursday.
You're all going to die.